is better. Yeah, we were discussing that. All right, good morning. Welcome, everyone, to the Lyceum, Alexandria's History Museum. My name is Gretchen Bulova. I'm the director of the Office of Historic Alexandria, and it is so exciting to be here today for the 2023 Alexandria Forum, and our topic is the Waterfront Revisited, Birth and Rebirth, 1730 to 2023. We're excited to restart this annual event. You'll hear just in a little bit from Oscar Fitzgerald, the history of the Alexandria Forum, but there has been a hiatus since 2012. So it's really great that we were able to bring this back, and the idea is to continue this annually with different topics. And we would not be here today without the creativity of two particular staff members, Eleanor Breen, our city archaeologist, and Liz Williams, our deputy director for our department. So I wanted to acknowledge them up front. And I also would like to thank Emma Richardson for the beautiful logo that she designed, which you will see in different iterations over time as our theme changed. So it was just beautifully done, Emma. Thank you. We're excited to start this annual event focused on Alexandria history and sharing Alexandria's history more broadly, completely, and actively. There is so much important history, research, and archaeological work happening here in Alexandria by OHA staff. But in addition to the OHA staff's work, also our community partners and outside scholars. This forum is really geared to providing an annual touch point to engage, discuss, and reflect upon current research and future research directions. This year's waterfront theme will be sure to inspire you. I'm already inspired just knowing what program lies ahead of us today. So no doubt you'll quickly see the intersection with the importance of the past as it relates to contemporary issues, the issues of urban planning and development in city infrastructure. And I'm excited to see so many colleagues with the planning department and our waterfront redevelopment work here to share this with us today. There are many history and advocates and partners who have ensured that Alexandria's waterfront today is uniquely infused with history. And I'd like to especially acknowledge the members here today of the Alexandria Archaeological Commission, and our chair, Ivy Whitlatch, is here to join us. But the Alexandria Archaeological Commission is turning 50 years old, and they have been vital and instrumental in a lot of our waterfront history and preservation and redevelopment work. So congratulations to 50 years of the Alexandria Archaeological Commission. I'd like to call up two of our opening speakers. First is Oscar Fitzgerald, and second is Terry Sear. And their full bios are in the packet that you have today. But Oscar is a nationally known, come on up, furniture historian and former adjunct professor in the Smithsonian Institution's George Washington University's master's program in the history of decorative arts and design. In addition to authoring books on the subject, Oscar has served the city of Alexandria on many commissions and has the distinction of being the last chair of the Alexandria Antiques Forum. And then he will be followed by Terry Sear, director of the city's Department of Project Implementation. Terry joined the city in 2019 after 2 decades of experience designing and managing public and private infrastructure projects. Terry currently leads DPI, where one of her many projects is the waterfront implementation and flood mitigation. So Oscar, if you'd like to share a few thoughts on the Alexandria Forum.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm just delighted to be here. I was involved with the forum for a long time, and I'm just so happy to see it being reconstituted, and I'm glad to be able to share a little bit of background. It goes back actually to 1958, was the first forum, and originally the Alexandria Association ran the forum for about 4 years. And then they turned it over to Dr. Arthur Moreau, Bud Moreau, who was a prominent doctor in Alexandria and also had a major collection of 18th century furniture. And he ran the forum until the 1990s. And it was a major thing. It was a 3-day affair. We'd have an opening dinner, 2 days of lectures, maybe 8 lectures, and then the last day we'd take a trip. We'd rent buses and go off to different historic sites, museums, and a number of private collections as well. So it was really quite special. And at its peak, we really had 300 people came from all over the country to come to the forum. We would have major speakers on the decorative arts. It was focused on decorative arts. Not just furniture. That was what I liked it most. But we had everything: ceramics, glass, silver, a lot of archaeology, architecture, and a lot of different subjects. So it was very popular. And as I say, it was one of the primary forums in the country. And in the 90s, I took it over and was involved for about 10 years. And then in 2010, we decided that it would be a good project for Historic Alexandria. And so we turned it over to Historic Alexandria. And they did it for 2 years. And I think they got tired or something. I don't know what. But anyway, I'm so happy to see it being reconstituted now. And I hope you all enjoy it and come back and attend every year. Thank you very much.
Good morning, all. Thank you for having me. I was asked by Gretchen and Eleanor to talk about that intersection of history and the work that we're doing today to mitigate the flooding and improve our historic waterfront. So wanted to start off, just to introduce myself. As Gretchen said, I'm Terry Sear. I am the Director of Project Implementation, and I'm here with my colleague today, Matt Landis, who is leading our waterfront implementation project. For those of you all who haven't heard of project implementation, or as we call DPI, we're the folks at the city who are tasked with delivering the city's public infrastructure projects. So we have a team of project managers, most with a background that are professional engineers, professional landscape architects, and we take on the task of delivering the city's public infrastructure projects. So I'm sure Dr. Abby Schreiber is going to show us some very, very cool maps and exhibits, but this is one that I find extremely interesting. I've been told that this was originally drawn by George Washington in 1749, and you can see in the low-lying area, the Bay Area there, that was once part of the Potomac River. And it's because of this map and our history that has transformed so much of what we have here in the city. And as you all know, as folks who love and study history, our rich history has some very wonderful benefits to us, but it has also caused us quite a few challenges. There were mistakes made. And our goal is to not repeat those mistakes, but also not to make new ones. So if we look at that old shoreline that used to exist, that's where it is in our waterfront today. And the result is, our forefathers who really wanted to expand the land of Alexandria, but also provide better access to the deeper waters of the Potomac, right? It was very shallow there, so now they could build piers and all the ships could access the Potomac. But they put that fill in at a very low elevation. They didn't protect against flooding when this was all built. And so all the city's infrastructure was installed down at those low elevations. We have buildings that were built on top of those low elevations. And very soon thereafter, the challenges started. So I do not know the date of this photo, but you can see that the city of Alexandria has been experiencing flooding in our waterfront area for quite a long time now. Here's a more recent photo. and just another one. So this happens to us over and over again. This is one of the mapping images we use, and looking at the elevations here in Old Town Waterfront area, what you see in blue is what happens at a 6-foot flood elevation. So if Potomac River gets up to 6 foot, that is how much of our waterfront will flood. And we actually experienced that quite recently in October of 2021. We had a flood event, and I don't know how many of you all were there, but I walked around and saw what occurred. And it's exactly as we predict with our modeling and our mapping here. So with that, the city has known for quite some time that some work needed to be done to better protect the city from this historic flooding and some of the mistakes that were made a long, long time ago in building out areas of the waterfront. So the project that the city will be undertaking has a few purposes and needs that we've set out to address. The first is to mitigate the most frequent flooding, right? It doesn't matter what wonderful and beautiful things we build there. We have lots of beautiful things, but if we don't address the flooding, the problems are going to still occur. The second part is to replace our aging and failing shoreline infrastructure. So that's not only the bulkheads, but also what you don't see underground. A lot of those storm pipes and other elements of our utilities are not only old, they are crumbling, and they weren't designed for the type of storm events that we currently see. So we're dealing with a lot of challenges because of that. We also want to improve the public accessibility and all the public amenities in that area, making it truly a welcoming space for our residents and our visitors, everyone who comes to Alexandria, and looking to actualize those goals of the Waterfront Small Area Plan. And if for those of you who remember that history, the Waterfront Small Area Plan was originally developed in 2012. After that, in about 2014, a concept plan was created for what we call the core area. And then in 2015, City Council gave us guidance on those priorities, right? There's a lot we'd love to do down at the waterfront, but unfortunately we have limited financial resources, so we had to start prioritizing that. One of the images you see here, the image you see down at the bottom, is when we talk about addressing the flooding at the waterfront, it's not a single solution. And a lot of cities, municipalities have made the mistake of addressing flooding, thinking that it's only from one source. As a matter of fact, I read a story in the Netherlands, who's fantastic at dealing with flooding, and they had this incredible flood, and they, as a city, they said, we're never going to let this happen again, and they built these robust, bulkheads and structures, built them nice and high, and said that's never going to happen to us again. Lo and behold, they had historic snows up in the mountains, and when that all melted and came down, they had formed a bathtub, and they then experienced flooding once again. And those are the kind of mistakes that we are trying to learn from here. So the sources of flooding that we have here in the city, one is our storm sewers are directly connected to the Potomac River. And when the Potomac River gets higher, that water backs up the storm sewer system. So that's what you see when you're down on the Strand and at the foot of King Street. That's just the Potomac River backing up right in through our storm sewer systems. Everything's very low lying there. Then, when when the water gets a little bit higher, it actually overtops our bulkheads. And so we have some pretty low areas of bulkheads that overtop. And the last piece is when it rains and the water's supposed to go into our storm system and flow out to the Potomac River. Those storm sewers are vastly undersized, and many of them are collapsing. And so we just don't have the capacity in our storm systems that we should to deal with today's storms. So what we did is we set out in 2020 and we hired what we called an owner advisor to help prepare us for the next stage, the full design and construction of the waterfront. And there were some fantastic ideas in the small area plan and the concepts, but unfortunately it was outside of what we could afford as a city. So we took our budget, which is approximately $100 million, and we said, how do we achieve the priorities within that budget? And that's how we've developed a budget-based concept plan. Where we are at now is we have hired our progressive design build contractor. And design build, for those of you who aren't familiar with it, means that we have hired both the designer and the contractor together so that they are working collaboratively on the solution. Progressive is a form of design build that gives us a lot more early input into the design, understanding how much the city wants to be involved in the solution that's developed. Right now, we're undergoing a lot of site investigations. So for those of you all who are down there on the waterfront, you're probably seen that last week, this week. We have geotechnical investigations. What's going on with the soils beneath? What are the archaeological conditions? What can we expect to find? Are there any hazardous materials? We're doing tree surveys to understand, make sure that we're aware of all trees and the quality and types that are down there now. We're doing actually topographic surveys so we fully understand all the topography. So it's just a tremendous amount of mapping of existing conditions that our team is doing before they start moving forward with the design. We're really guided by both improved resiliency and improved sustainability. So resiliency means while we may still flood, which we will, we cannot keep all flooding from happening, but by being resilient means that our infrastructure can withstand that flooding and we can recover quickly. So that's really our goal with this. And the sustainability, there's a lot of environmental improvements that we can do, a lot of things that we can do to improve the quality of our stormwater runoff. And that's one of the big features that we want to bring into our design. We've started a fantastic partnership with Alexandria Archaeology, and we've been really blessed to work with Dr. Abby Schreiber and our Alexandria Archaeology, Historic Alexandria, and many other stakeholders are contributing to the vision of the waterfront. We're gaining a lot of inspiration from the city's unique history, but also trying to learn some important lessons from the past. And with that, I would like to turn it over to my colleague, Matt Landis.
Thank you, Terry, and good morning, everyone. It's wonderful to see you all here. It's my privilege to introduce Dr. Abby Schreiber. Abby is an award-winning public historian who specializes in economic history and material culture in the early Republic. She has worked on the role of merchants in early Baltimore through novel means of social network analysis. With the Homewood Museum in Baltimore, she has researched and developed an interpretive tour of the historic house that centers the lives of enslaved people called Families of Homewood. Abby holds an MA in American Material Culture from the Winterthur program at the University of Delaware and a PhD in early U.S. history from the Ohio State University. Somehow, it's been over 3 years now already that Abby has served as a full-time waterfront historian for our city and for the Waterfront Project. She's been conducting in-depth research and analysis of the owners and occupants of the historic properties along Alexandria's waterfront and its immediate vicinity. As she will share with you today, she has used a powerful and creative combination of archival research and technology to create a rich visual overlay of our city's history and a timeline of ownership, shoreline features, and landforming that has created the places and spaces that we know and love today. In the process, she has provided us valuable information and resources to better understand, communicate, and learn from the story of many individuals through time, which collectively has woven together to form the history of Alexandria. She has created prolific resources and documentation which will serve the city and our flood mitigation project for many years. And as we look back at our history with fresh eyes, we will better inform our understanding of how our city came together and where we may draw lessons and inspiration as we grow towards the future. We are grateful for her time and effort to date and the wonderful research questions that she's identified and answered. Thank you, Abby, for all your diligent and valuable work. We truly appreciate the opportunity to work with you and to collaborate, and look forward to continuing to do so. Dr. Abby.
So, as Matt said, thank you, by the way, Matt, for that nice introduction. And thank you, Terry, for explaining all the background of the project so that I don't have to, because I definitely cannot do it as well as you did. So today we're just gonna go over some of my findings from my 3 years long research project. As you just heard, this project has emerged from a need to solve some flooding problems on the waterfront. So the documentary study that I've been working on is part of the early stages of that infrastructure project to document and contextualize any potential cultural resources that are present at or below ground level. The red rectangle here is the study area. So we've got 6 blocks stretching from Duke Street on the south to Orinoco Street on the north. Union Street is our western boundary for the study. So you're gonna be seeing this red rectangle multiple times throughout my talk. So that's what that is whenever you see that, it's the study area. So this is always Union Street, and then the eastern boundary is a little more fluid because it's the water. So this talk is just one part of the project. As Matt kind of alluded to, I wrote a detailed parcel by parcel report of the 6 block area that includes chains of title, owners, occupants, activities. The main focus of the report is on the earlier historic periods when the land was first filled in and used. Another product of my work is a story map, which is going to be available to the public. That's going to be like an online kind of exhibit where people can just go through the major highlights of my project that's illustrated and has a lot of links to other content, such as the Alexandria Archaeology website. Finally, I have a GIS database, which has all the deeds available to staff and researchers. So this allows them to click on a parcel and pull up a list of deeds related to that parcel since 1749. So this might not sound that impressive, but if you've ever tried to do chain of title research in Alexandria, you'll know that you have to go to at least 2 different land records offices, and many of the deeds are only available on microfilm, which is just another layer of complication for people. So this database has all of the names, dates, and notes to describe the transactions. So today we're gonna sum up all of that work in 45 minutes or less, and so here we go. I'm gonna be talking a little bit about 3 different wharves and explain how they kind of were banked out and used, in some interesting anecdotes along with them. So this is George Washington's 1749 Plan of Alexandria, which you already saw oriented the other way. So they had the numbered lots on it, which was how they identified them originally so that people could bid on them in the public sale. So the early proprietors of Alexandria believed that the land surrounding the bay would eventually be valuable waterfront property. Most of the land was created by banking out, so they removed dirt from the bank that extended all the way around the bay. And then they used that soil, mud, kind of clay, to fill in bulkheads in the shallows. So until the Revolution, there were few advances into the channel. Carlisle and Dalton built a wharf at the foot of Cameron Street, and there's archaeological evidence for a bulkhead about 30 feet away from the natural shoreline of Lot 69, which is down here, off of Point Lumley. So siltation may have been responsible for much of the early fill, and there were a lot of absentee landowners, people who were kind of buying these as investment properties, and so they weren't necessarily here in Alexandria, maintaining their property regularly. So for those people, they weren't investing in dredging or any other type of maintenance. So this visualization is going to show you the extension of the shoreline according to documentary evidence. So each parcel that you'll see pop up is a documented sale, gift, tax, or lien. So the main takeaway here is that most of the banking out occurred after the Revolution. Some have theorized that there was sort of a common effort or an organized effort to bank out the waterfront beyond Union Street after 1782 when the state passed legislation to allow for the extension of Union Street. So far, I haven't found any direct evidence of this. However, most of the landowners who were banking out served on city government. They were in positions of financial power and authority. So it's really not hard to imagine that they were kind of collaborating and seeing this, seeing this opportunity for what it was, which was a chance to build out their land beyond into the deep channel of the river. So by 1790, all of the study area extended east of Union Street, although for a lot of it, not as far as it would extend out today. So I'm gonna share a few examples of banking out in different areas to help us kind of understand the circumstances of how this took place. One of my goals in this project is to pay close attention to the historical actors who we tend to overlook. So we're thinking about the workers who accomplished the physical labor of building, using and maintaining the structures, women who owned and managed properties and businesses, and just the people who didn't come out on top when the histories are written, right? So maybe some names that aren't necessarily the ones that come up in Alexandria history, although we'll hear some of those names as well. So the first area I'm going to talk about is right on at the foot of Queen Street. John Glassford was a prominent and prosperous Scottish tobacco merchant who capitalized on the expanding monoculture of the Chesapeake region in the 18th century. So he controlled a major portion of the Chesapeake trade, despite never having traveled to North America. He used agents and factors to expand a network of stores and warehouses, which you can see here were focused on the Potomac River, but also extended to different parts of the bay. So Glassford was representative of the colonial mode of extracting profit from the colonies, a mode which used up land and labor and was vulnerable to swings in the tobacco market. So it's interesting that in 1765, Glassford and Company began operations in Alexandria, which was functioning as a tobacco port, but had its sights set on the west. So a lot of the early proprietors were thinking about, how can we use Alexandria as a port to extract resources from the western areas, which were very slowly opening up at that time, and get them out into the wider world. So the town trustees and lot owners were slowly building a functional waterfront that would promote trade and create landings for larger vessels. Lots 31 and 32, so I wrote 31 on here, but 32 would be just to the left of that or to the west. Those were previously owned by Gerard and Mary Alexander. Colonel Gerard Alexander owned Abingdon, which is a plantation north of Alexandria, and he was a justice and burgess of Fairfax County. So in a somewhat unusual move, he left his town lots and houses and the profit from them to his widow in lieu of a dower. So normally a woman would get a dower, which was a right to 1/3 of the man's estate that she could use until her death. But instead he deeded these over to her directly. He also gave Dick, an enslaved serving boy, and Bess, an enslaved house servant, to her for her lifetime. Unfortunately, we have no surviving evidence of what, if any, modifications he or she made to these lots though by law, he should have built at least one structure on each lot by 1752. So written into the deeds for all the original town lots was a clause that they had to make improvements on the lot or else it would be subject to forfeiture, which they did actually enforce one or two different times. So John Glassford and Archibald Henderson purchased the two lots and all their associated houses, yards, gardens, and rights of way for 320 pounds sterling in 1767. So they were operating in Alexandria for a couple of years before they purchased this property outright. It's possible that they occupied these lots as tenants before their official purchase. The company, under the direction of agent Henry Riddle, likely built a large and commodious brick storehouse and other houses and began to build a wharf before the announced sale in September 1776. So city archaeologists found evidence of a bulkhead-type wharf that extended to approximately 200 feet east of Water Street. So measuring 20 feet wide, the wharf surface was partially covered with large flat stones. And they found a top layer of fill with cultural materials such as glass, pottery, leather, things made by people, a sterile sediment layer, and then another fill layer with cultural materials. So their conclusion there was that someone partially filled the wharf. Work ceased for a couple years while tides and floods and rains kind of washed over it and deposited that sterile silt. And then someone completed the wharf, adding the top layer of fill and the paving stones. So documentary evidence supports this conclusion, as Henderson noted in 1776 when they sold the property that there was a, quote, valuable improvement under construction. Archaeologists could not determine with certainty how far into the river the wharf extended. However, they did not find remains of an eastern-facing bulkhead, so it likely extended beyond the 200 feet that was found. So its construction was atypical of other 18th and 19th century wharves in Alexandria because the bulkhead was constructed of planks rather than timbers or horizontal posts. And they concluded that either the location of the wharf in the shallow, slow-moving bay called for a less significant construction technique, or this exposed section was part of a larger grid of groins meant to stabilize a large area of fill. So they were not able to determine conclusively whether the wharf, the intention here was to build more like a pier that would extend out into the water and allow for docking on both sides, or if they were going for filling in this large area to make like a built out wharf. So that is still something that we don't know for sure. Alexander Henderson, one of the partners, purchased the lots and the under construction wharf in 1776. He was also a Scottish immigrant who moved to Colchester in 1756. He was an agent for Glassford and Company, but also served in public office and in the Virginia militia during the Revolution from 1775 to 1779. So he bought the property in 1776. So it's unlikely that during those years when he was serving in the military that he was making improvements to his wharf lot. So he sold these lots to Alexandria merchant and banker William Herbert in 1778. Herbert then almost immediately sold lots 31 and 32 to Thomas May, who was an ironmaster in Cecil County, Maryland, which seems like an odd thing for a guy up there to do. But Thomas May was actually really involved in developing port infrastructure in Maryland. So I think he was also kind of seeing Alexandria as an opportunity where he could kind of expand his business enterprises. Unfortunately, we don't know exactly which of these people was responsible for that second campaign of building out the wharf, but it was probably Thomas May, assuming that Henderson wasn't doing it while he was also serving in the military. So on to our next location, which is down on the foot of Duke Street. Richard Errol was a good-looking guy, a merchant and landowner in Philadelphia in the 18th century. So he and his wife, Christiana, had 5 children: David, Samuel, Elizabeth, Mary, and Catherine, or Kitty, they called her. So in 1759, Errol offered his Pennsylvania real estate, which included a 240-acre plantation, a sawmill with 2,500 acres, and then in Philadelphia, 7 brick and 1 wood tenements. So basically houses or shops where people could rent space, and 2 bake ovens, all on Front Street, which in Philadelphia is kind of like right in the center of the economic activity there. So the family moved to Alexandria sometime between 1760 and 1762. They were probably among a wave of opportunity seekers similar to Thomas May, who were kind of feeling squeezed out of the more established and active ports in the north. And they were kind of looking for this opportunity in Alexandria where things were kind of just emerging, things were opening up, and there's a perception of a lot of opportunity there. So Richard Errol purchased several city lots when he arrived in Alexandria, but did not buy lots 69 and 70 until 1775. So he was building and operating businesses in other areas of town. But down here is the lots that we are going to be paying attention to, and primarily lot 69. So he bought 69 and 70 in 1775. By that time, Errol's Tavern near the Market Square was a fixture of town life. We don't know exactly when he married his second wife or when his first wife died, but he had a second wife on some of the deeds for some of the property in the 1770s. So her name was Eleanor, and then the children were, of course, growing up by that point. Errol may have built a bulkhead retaining wall in the spring of 1775, so right after he purchased the property, north of the town warehouse. So this was one of the original town warehouses built in authorized in 1755. And then we have this archaeological evidence of a bulkhead that's made out of a retaining wall, the hull of a ship, and a barrel. So these were discovered by archaeologists during a 2017 survey related to a construction project. Piles angled toward the shore were driven into the riverbed and backed by courses of horizontal planks attached with wrought nails. Adjacent to the wall, a scuttled hull of a ship and a buried barrel appear to have served the same purpose, which was retaining the man-made shoreline. The location is about 30 to 35 feet away from the mapped shoreline of 1749, but that's a little hard to determine because, as you can imagine, these straight edges of this landmass are not exactly accurate. So the timber for the piles was felled in the winter of 1774 to 1775, which shows that it's possible he built this immediately thereafter in the spring of 1775, or he could have built it later, or it may have been the city who built it. We don't actually know. I guess this talk is really just about what we don't know today. So Errol's plan to capitalize on his waterfront lot 69 was delayed by years of legal disputes with the town. So the legal disputes seem to be about this tiny little rectangle right between the letters B and C, which was about 10 or 11 feet wide, dividing between lot 69, which was privately owned, and this is Point Lumley. Well, it extended down into here, but this is on the north side of Duke Street. So they had already built the town warehouse, and there are 2 lawsuits related to whether or not Errol had the right to occupy that 10-foot space. So he lost his first lawsuit against the city in 1780, and then he leased lot 69 to a tenant who we don't know the actual name of, but they went by Aminadab Seakwright in the legal dispute for a 20-year term starting in 1784. So the city sued again for improper possession, resulting in the forcible ejectment of the tenant. Years passed, and the first documented occupant of Errol's Wharf was Patrick McMahon in 1791. So there seemed to have been some fits and starts to his ability to bank out this property, all related to the question of where exactly was his property line. As of right now, we don't really know when did he start to fill in this area up here. So McMahon, the occupant that we have documented in 1791, by chance, was a wharf builder. He followed the art of building, repairing, and filling of wharves. So man, I'd love to tell you, and he's the guy who built Errol's Wharf, but I actually don't think it was him. Because he was operating in Baltimore before that, I think. And I think he was coming to Alexandria in 1791 as, his first effort at trying to get business going down here. I don't find any records of him before then. So the boundary dispute extended for years while Richard Errol and his maturing children continued their lives. The Errol children made strategic marriage decisions that upheld their families' social status and reinforced their land holdings. The most dramatic example of this was the marriage of Elizabeth, who was born in 1757 in Philadelphia. And this is her extant sampler, which she made at the age of 10 to display her skills as a refined and well-educated young woman. And this would have been very in line with her social status at the time. Approximately 3 years later, at the age of 13, she was married to Cyrus Copper, who was 10 years older than her, and who was from Kent County, Maryland. Cyrus was a Vendu master, or yeah, that's the right facial expression. an auctioneer in Alexandria, and he was also a business partner of her older brother Samuel. So they had 5 children who survived to adulthood, and they were all kind of making these interesting business connections in Alexandria. So that's an ad for Cyrus's Vendu establishment. So Richard Errol's sons, David and Samuel, joined the revolutionary cause. David rose to the rank of captain before his resignation in 1778. David and Samuel owned extensive real estate separate from their fathers and joined business partnerships outside of their immediate family. For example, William Hunter and David Errol, one of the brothers, purchased a lot in Alexandria together. Hunter then married into the Errol family, wedding Catherine or Kitty Errol in August of 1782. Richard Errol's third daughter, Mary, married George Jenkins, and you won't hear much more about him because they just don't show up in the records very much. I think they lived in Maryland, and he wasn't really that involved with Alexandria stuff. So he's kind of the exception to what was going on with the other siblings. So all these spouses stood to benefit from the elevated economic position these young women enjoyed due to their father's investments. Cyrus Copper and William Hunter contributed financially and logistically to Richard Errol's construction campaign related to building out his wharf into the Potomac River. So there's these interesting tidbits where they talk about how they had helped him with the promise of being repaid with some of the lots that were on the west side of Union Street, but they don't say when exactly that happened. It's within this time period. So, and they don't say exactly what they were doing, just that they were spending their own time and money trying to help their father-in-law. This all comes out in lawsuits later. That's how we know all this stuff. So their father-in-law, Richard Errol, promised to transfer ownership of certain lots to them. So those would be lots on this side of Union Street right here. So this map shows all of the parcels that were owned either in part or in whole by Richard Errol and his sons and sons-in-law before 1790. It shows that as a family group, they controlled a significant amount of real estate in Alexandria. So Cyrus Copper, who married Elizabeth, died in 1785. Elizabeth acted as his executrix, which means she managed his estate, and then she managed the real estate that she owned on her own behalf. Cyrus was mid-construction on a large 3-story brick house on Union Street between Duke and Prince Streets when he died. So Elizabeth managed the completion of the structure, and then she offered it for rent in 1790 and then again in 1793. So the inheritance process for Richard Errol's 3 adult daughters was very complex. His son David and 2 of his sons-in-law, Cyrus Copper and William Hunter, all died before him. Then Richard Errol died in 1795 without a will. And then he also didn't record anywhere exactly which lots would go to which of his sons-in-law. So some of you are like, oh man, what a mess, you know. So soon after Richard died, his son Samuel died, and then Richard Errol's personal property, including 3 enslaved adults and 1 child, were sold at auction to cover the debts owed by his estate. Then within months of that, his daughter Mary Jenkins died, and his widow Eleanor died as well. So after all of that, 2 daughters were left and some grandchildren, and they spent several years, over a decade, legally trying to work out who got what and how much everything was worth. So it was not uncommon for women to own land in their own name in early Virginia. Traditional English law treated women as dependents, so their claim to land was controlled by a man, either their father or their husband. But in colonial Virginia, things got a little bit wild because everybody died in colonial Virginia. People could not easily follow this inheritance practice because there were a lot of orphan children around in colonial Virginia, to be quite blunt about it. So it became very complicated, and an easy solution to that was allowing women to own land in their own name. So we see a lot more women designated as femme sole, or an independent woman, in colonial Virginia. And then as the revolution happens, we see a lot of these practices getting made into law after the revolution. And then there's a bit of a a backlash against that later. But in this period that we're talking about now, women are able to own land in their own right, and they're able to operate it and manage it as well. So for my last example, we're going to talk about Irwin's Wharf, which is just an amazing, amazing treasure trove of sources. If you ever want to do any research about a wharf in Alexandria, pick this one, because it's just so much documentation. So this is the modern 100 block of South Union Street, which rests entirely on made land that was banked out from the original town lots 51 and 56. So that would be this block, this lot that's in blue, and 56 is this little triangle down here. So that's the whole block here. But we're just going to be talking about actually the top half, the north half of lot 51. So lot 51 fronted on the mud flats that extended nearly 450 feet to the shipping channel of the Potomac River. It included a high bank that traced the edge of the crescent-shaped flats. So at the first offering of parcels in 1749, lots 51 and 52 were sold to Lawrence Washington, who was the elder half-brother of George Washington. Lawrence Washington was a town trustee until his death in 1752. His lots were not included in a list of vacant lots in June 1754, suggesting that he did build something on these lots, but we don't know exactly what it would have been. And then his estate executor managed the property for a few years after that. John Patterson purchased lots 51 and 52 from Lawrence Washington's estate in 1760. Some of you may have heard of John Patterson because he was a joiner who worked at Mount Vernon. So there's been a little bit of research about him. So he worked at Mount Vernon, adding a second floor to the original manor house in the summer and fall of 1758. He worked at Mount Vernon from 1757 to 60, and then and while doing that work, he was supervising enslaved workers there. He made repairs to the Alexandria courthouse and employed indentured servants and apprentices. This business relationship between Patterson, George Washington, and John Carlisle, who procured supplies for the courthouse construction project through his firm Carlisle and Dalton, may have facilitated this property transfer that occurred in 1760 when Patterson bought these lots. So Patterson prepared a will in October of 1765 in anticipation of a trip to Europe. However, the document does not describe any structures on lots 51 or 52 beyond the sort of boilerplate phrase, messuages and tenements. So probably there was something on the lots, but again, that's all they tell us, so there's not possible to know exactly what it was. So it may have been a dwelling house and then some smaller dwellings where they might have rented them out or had a store or warehouse. John Patterson died in 1768, and his widow, Susanna, sold lots 51 and 52 in 1778. So she managed the property for about 10 years, although I think one of her sons might have managed her business affairs for her. Irish immigrants John Fitzgerald and Valentine Piers purchased lots 51 and 52 after being in business together and fighting in the American Revolution. Fitzgerald came to Alexandria in 1769, and by 1773 was dining with George Washington. Piers was born in Lisburn, Ireland in 1756 and first came to Alexandria in 1774. So they sympathized with and joined the revolutionary movement. They sold a cargo of linens to raise money for the citizens of Boston in December of 1774. They both served in the military and then returned to Alexandria in 1778 when they purchased these parcels. Fitzgerald married Jane Diggs, who was a member of a prominent Prince George's County, Maryland family, and Piers married Eleanor Orr of Loudoun County, Virginia. So both men were enslavers, and they exploited the labor of unfree people in their private and business affairs. Unlike other waterfront lots, which included a right to extend or bank out into the Potomac River, Lot 51 did not come with that right due to its eastern edge being a town-owned thoroughfare, Water Street, which is now Lee Street. I always forget that you guys don't call it Water Street anymore. It doesn't occur to me. So I kind of blocked it with the little blue thing, but there's no frontage on the waterfront, which is very, very traditionally and legally, if you had frontage on the waterfront, you could do any type of expansion into the water, but this lot did not have that. So in 1778, after they purchased the lot, they petitioned the trustees to sell them, quote, sunken ground to eastward of Water Street, opposite to lot number 51 and adjoining to King Street on the north side, and to lot 56 on the south below the bank, and on the east side of Water Street, aforesaid unsold and unoccupied, formerly the property of Philip Alexander. So that gives us some information about possibly no one had done any quote unquote development under the bank in this particular lot. Perhaps any building they did was all up on top of the bank up to this point. So they purchased these lots with the intention to bank out a large area of the waterfront and could only do so with the approval of the Common Council, which they did get. In 1781, excuse me, Fitzgerald and Piers divided their property west of Water Street. After that, they began the work to bank out on the tidal flats to the east. So this project likely occurred in stages, with Fitzgerald and Piers leasing parcels on the east side of Water Street while they banked out the area east of Union Street. So it seems very clear from the deeds we have that they were finding tenants for the western lots that were more finished, and they were still working on the eastern lots. So Fitzgerald's first tenant, which was Jenks, Windsor and Company, signed a lease in 1786 for the parcel on the southeast corner of King and Water. So that would have been like right here. They built, within 1 month, they built a 2-story frame store and dwelling. So they had their store on the first floor, and the two of the partners of this company lived together on the second floor, and they had an enslaved boy who took care of their like personal needs and cooking and stuff like that. Oni Windsor, one of the partners, who was, again, hanging out on the second floor of his little building here, in the fall of 1786, wrote to his wife that he witnessed something pretty awful happening in the waterfront, which is that the body of a dead Black woman had been found on the wharf and was left laying out for several days until the people who were filling in the wharves, enslaved workers, were ordered to bury her remains in the wharf itself. So I don't know which wharf he's talking about, but he witnessed that and wrote to his wife about it and made some comments about the downfall of society and the general poor treatment of people in this context. So Fitzgerald and Piers did not extend the wharf past Union Street until 1789, when this partition shows the extent of the ground that was added since 1781. So this shows us how the land was divided between them and reserves a space for piers and docks over here. It says pier, but if you read it comes with a description. In the description, it very clearly says this is reserved for a pier. So there's not one actually existing there in 1789. On the southeast corner of King and Union, Fitzgerald, so that would be here, Fitzgerald built 3 connected warehouses on stone foundations with brick walls and a shared loft and roof by 1796. Daniel McDougall, a sailmaker, moved into the loft of Colonel Fitzgerald's warehouse in February of 1798 and would stay there until at least 1804. In March 1798, Samuel Brown sold peas by the bushel from his store on Fitzgerald's Wharf. And then Fitzgerald extended a 100 by 60 foot pier off of the end of this wharf sometime after 1789, but I couldn't tell you exactly what year it was. So this warehouse is still standing today. Some of you may get some coffee there occasionally. So that's, when we talk about waterfront history, it's one of our still standing historical buildings. So. Fitzgerald was appointed collector of customs for Alexandria, and due to some fraud committed by his deputy, he ended up owing the US government $57,000 when he died, which was a lot of money at this time. So he died in 1799. The wharf and warehouses were property that he used to secure the bond for his position as collector of customs. So the government had the right to sell these properties to get their money back, basically. In the meantime, while that was all getting worked out, his estate paid Ephraim Mills to haul loads of earth to support the corner of the brick warehouse in 1800. So already, probably 5 years after it was built, they're already supporting and underpinning this building because it's falling, sinking down into the river. So when they sold it at public auction in June 1802, Fitzgerald's Wharf raised a winning bid of $14,750, and it was purchased by Alexandria merchants John Dunlap and Thomas Irwin. So Irish immigrant Thomas Irwin operated as a merchant in Alexandria by 1791, when he and his brother sold imported goods and cordage from Harper's Wharf on Prince Street. Irwin purchased a lot on the west side of Union Street in 1794, so practically across from this. He and his wife, Hannah Janney, were members of the Alexandria Monthly Meeting. In other words, they were Quakers, and because of that, they did not directly own enslaved people. However, Irwin managed the time and labor of enslaved people routinely in his business affairs. You can see here an ad showing that he's managing the hiring out of enslaved brickmakers, and that's very relevant to this particular parcel because they use a lot of bricks here. So Dunlap and Irwin partnered as merchants since 1793. They were importing general merchandise and grocery items. Dunlap purchased the parcel south of Irwin's on the west side of Union Street. So they had two warehouses that they built on the west side of Union Street, just west of this parcel. One was frame and one was brick. And then their joint accounts show some expenses related to its construction in 1794 to 1796. So they were buying posts and sinking them in the lot, plank and scantling, labor, sand and brick for a footway on the lot, rails for the warehouse, white rope for the hoisting wheel, and nails, locks, and screws for the warehouse. So all this detail is from just to the west of our study area, unfortunately, but it's, the same kind of stuff that anyone would have used to build a warehouse. In 1802, Dunlap and Irwin bought the wharf property. So again, practically across the street from their separately owned warehouses, they bought this together as partners. So Joseph Nevitt was a packet and steamboat operator, and he remembered the wharf was, quote, in ruins, the tide flowing over most of it in 1802 when they bought it. He described a small wharf with one pier, the water, quote, so deep as to enable the packets to lay with the bowsprit full up on King Street and resting on the logs, jutting over them into the street. So the wharf was underwater when Dunlap and Irwin purchased it, but they filled it up, leaving the ground, quote, very rough and used for landing lumber. The city paved King Street from Union to the head of the dock in 1804. So that would be, coming out to up here. So this area got filled in 1804, or paved. And then Dunlap and Irwin built 2 3-story brick wings with hip roofs onto the east side of the existing warehouse that extended 50 feet toward the Potomac River, one along King Street and one along the 30-foot alley. So these buildings C and D were built in 1804, and we have a lot of good detail and records about their building. So depositions from a Supreme Court case to determine whether the wharf area was public or private reveal that Neil Mooney, Abednego Adams, and John Ball were bricklayers by trade, built the warehouses, and they did use a mix of enslaved, apprentice, and other unfree laborers in the work they were doing. Dunlap and Irwin extended the front of the wharf and built out a pier. Thomas Sanford, a sailmaker who occupied a space on the north side of King Street, testified that Thomas Irwin built out the wharf on piles and filled it with stone and earth. Many witnesses remarked on the loads of sand, stone, dirt, and earth that went toward filling holes as they opened in the surface of the wharf. John Howard, the occupant of the Northeast Warehouse, so this one right here, claimed to have used hundreds of cartloads of dirt and stone to fill the wharf over a 4-year period. So just to give you a sense of how much filling they were doing here. They used Bermuda ballast, which was ballast from the ships returning from the Caribbean, as fill here routinely. 4-foot wide brick footpath was extended from King Street all the way down the front of these warehouses to the alley. And then the alley was paved by Fitzgerald and Swift in 1798. Dunlap and Irwin repaved the northern half of it probably in 1805. So that would be down here, this alley. Others testified that Irwin or the warehouse occupant would lay down a temporary wooden gangway leading from the docks to the warehouse doors to keep barrels out of the mud. So they would put up this temporary sort of passageway so they could easily roll things across the wharf, which is really interesting because generally we wouldn't find evidence of that kind of thing in an archaeological context. Thomas Irwin was known to use a horsewhip to chase draymen and carts off of his wharf. The horses stamped holes in the surface and they drew flies, noise, and dust. So one witness testified that as a boy he knew, quote, "If I picked up a stone and threw it into the river, the old man would come out and give me a kick." So he must have been a real character. So this shows you the 1796 or approximately 1796 warehouse that's still standing today. These are the 1804 additions. This is an extension of the wharf on 1798 by the people who owned this parcel down here. And then this is the extent of Irwin's wharf in 1844. So John Dunlap died in 1806. Documentation shows that the partners invested $7,400 in repairing and extending the wharf and building the two warehouses during the time that they owned it. John Dunlap, another person who did something pretty wild with his estate when he died and ended up with a lot of legal battles after that one as well. So Irwin continued to profit from the rents and wharfages and trade from his warehouses and pier until his death in 1827. His real and personal estates were evenly distributed among his heirs, so all of his male and female children. However, the legal partition of the property did not take place until his youngest son, William H. Irwin, reached the age of majority, which in this time was 21 years old. So he died in 1827, and his property wasn't legally distributed to his heirs until 1835. So in the intervening time, it was managed by like a trustee, basically. The warehouses were distributed as such. The corner union and the corner warehouse up here was to Mary Irwin. James Irwin received this one, which if you can see this, it has a different person's name. James Irwin eventually went bankrupt and his property was sold. So even though these warehouses continued to be owned by Irwin heirs, this one more quickly left the family and was the cause of the Supreme Court case that I was referencing before. Let's see. So then the middle one down here went to William H. Irwin. And then the South Warehouse went to Thomas and Ann Carey, who was living in Baltimore and married into the Carey family, inherited that last one. The wharf and pier were divided into 3 equal shares, split between James, William H., and Ann, or Nancy. William and Ann lived in Baltimore, and Mary seemingly occupied herself managing the family's tavern. So this left Thomas Irwin Jr. and James Irwin as the primary managers of the warehouses and wharf properties, and that had mixed results. So the Irwin heirs allowed agents to do a lot of the collection of wharfage and dockage fees from the 1830s to 1840s. Major repairs to replace piers and decking occurred in 1852. After the Civil War, Mary Irwin filed a claim to the United States government to repay Alexandria taxes on the warehouse, that corner warehouse that she inherited, because the government was occupying those spaces, and she argued that she couldn't profit from them, and so she didn't feel responsible for paying taxes. And in a kind of funny outcome, she got all of her money. She got $291 back. So in a letter in 1895, quote, "The management of the wharf has become an intolerable nuisance." You just love it when a letter opens with a phrase like that. So that was Francis Carey to his cousin Mary Irwin, who was the niece of the Mary Irwin I've been talking about before. And this is 1895. So the Irwin heirs are contemplating their options to repair or sell their shared property after an 1893 high tide event seriously damaged the wharf. So what kept happening was these flooding events would come and basically lift the decking off of the posts and either wash them away or damage them so that they had to be totally replaced. They did engage, they were losing business because of all these damages. So there was a ferry company that was operating from the wharf at that time, and they stopped paying rent because they were, they argued, we can't even use this space, it's dangerous, so we're not paying you. And then the Irwin heirs engaged a contractor in Alexandria to repair the wharf in October of 1894, but the work was delayed and then eventually stopped. So the Irwin heirs realized that the money they were going to sink into the wharf was never going to repay itself because they weren't making that much money off of it by this time. So they tried to find another contractor to do it. Eventually, all the heirs sold the wharf to Park Agnew in June of 1905, 103 years after their ancestor bought the property. So it's a very long period of one family owning this property, which is one of the reasons that we have such great documentation for it. So this map from 1804, there's our little rectangle again, shows the significant physical changes that took place along the waterfront in the second half of the 18th century. Our main takeaways here are to remember that there is no long trajectory of economic success or a continuum of, quote, positive change. To be blunt, profiting in this context, especially for those starting off with few resources, was very challenging. Assuming the best and luckiest business management, there were national and international influences that could completely level one's opportunities. A yellow fever outbreak, an international war, a changed legal statute that reshaped the marketplace. Every business venture or family I discussed today had at least one bankruptcy in it. So even the people who we might hold up as like examples of successful business people or successful developers of the early waterfront were still experiencing financial hardships related to lots of different reasons. Nearly all the waterfront landowners were also enslavers, and many of them participated in the slave trade or the importation of unfree workers, such as indentured servants or convicts. So possession of people as chattel allowed them to secure financing, to get cash when needed by selling people, and to pass on generational wealth through the bodies and labor of enslaved workers, which we saw many examples of in these three anecdotes I shared today. Lastly, we historically ignore and underreport the roles of women in business and financial affairs. Women own land, they managed rents, they managed tenants, they own businesses, and they too were enslavers. So I hope that the examples that I've provided today will get you thinking about the waterfront and our shared history in a new and perhaps challenging ways. And I want to thank you for your attention today. And I'll take questions if anyone has any. So thank you. Yeah.
I just have some questions for the end of the Irwin wharf.
So a lot of the warehouses in, let's say in the 18th century, would store a mix of goods. So it'd be like the bulk items that came off of the larger seafaring vessels usually. And then sometimes like bulk foodstuffs like piles of flour and stuff like that. Generally, when we're getting into like large amounts of flour and other grains sitting around, we're seeing it's more in the 19th century, like a little bit later than most of what I talked about today. But they were importing all kinds of stuff from all over the world. So it would just depend on the specific business that was there. I think it was the Irwin Wharf, there was like a pianoforte cellar there for a little while. So they had pianofortes in there. But they also had, just all manner of things. Anything people would want to buy. And what was the other part of your question? The functioning of the wharves? Yeah. So in the early period before all this banking out to the deep channel happened, what people were likely doing was using the points, Point West and Point Lumley, as access to those deep channels. Everyone else was using intermediary vessels probably to offload cargoes that were from ships that were sitting in the deep channel. Then they would, move them in a vessel over to the shoreline where they would, unload the vessels and then carry them up to the warehouses that were on like Water Street. And that all required a lot of labor. So it was a lot of enslaved people and maybe some convict laborers and indentured servants doing that work of moving those heavy cargoes around. Mm-hmm.
The banking out was occurring, was it all private enterprise, or was there any?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we do have a couple examples of civic investments. The best one is Point West, which was on the northern end of the rectangle here. This is the early days, like in the 1750s. There's an acknowledgement that the landing needs to be made better and more suitable. So I believe it's the county, Fairfax County, invests money in paying someone to develop that and to make it into a usable wharf or a landing. Later on, there's some claim by the county that they're not actually getting much use of it, so they feel like they should be paid back, the taxpayers of Fairfax County. And then in the southern area at Point Lumley, there's the public warehouse, which would have also had an associated landing or some kind of a pier. And so those would have been paid for with public money. Carlisle and Dalton is an interesting case because they were both like town trustees and kind of held the bag as far as the money is concerned. So they were like, oh, what if we build a wharf and then like we let the public use it, but like we don't have to pay taxes on it because we're letting the public use it. So that is kind of a joint venture, you might say. The rest of them is all private investment. The public had no interest in building out these wharves for these individual landowners. But a lot of them were, town trustees and involved in civic affairs. So the line between public and private is murky in some of these cases. Yep.
The banking out was occurring, was it all private enterprise, or was there any?
That's a great question. So the main body of my documentation is from land transfers, so deeds, liens, that kind of stuff that's all in the land records offices for Alexandria and Fairfax County. From there, it gets a little more spotty. There's lots of maps that are available of Alexandria. Since Alexandria is so focused on history and telling its historic story, the library actually has great collections of historic photographs. All the Irwin documentation is actually held by Office of Historic Alexandria at the Gadsby Tavern Museum. And then from there, it just is kind of sporadic. Like there's some ledgers that are in collections, like at the Library of Congress. What's another? I'm trying to think of all the different sources I use, but a lot of stuff is digitized now, so that has been very good for me since I've been doing this project in these pandemic times, where it was hard to go to an archive. So many of the deeds you can actually get online now. And then a lot of the other documentation has been preserved in online formats. So the deeds are really the heart of it. And then there's a lot of other sort of secondary levels of sources. But newspaper ads are a big one, I should say. Yeah, a lot of newspaper ads, which are digitized.
My impression is that the wharfs were solid.
Yes, so I talked about that with Irwin's Wharf a bit, which is that they built this warehouse in 1796 or thereabouts, and within 4 years, the tides are already washing out the foundation of it. So, they're investing money in making these wharves and piers, but they're always being challenged by the reality of the situation, which is this tidal flooding that's happening pretty regularly. So there's lots of examples of damage happening to the wharves and then having to be refilled or redone. When they extend them, they usually have to raise them up. Starting in the 1790s, the city government started fining people for having stagnant water on their lots. So we see some of the waterfront properties getting fines for having stagnant water, which suggests that they're either underused or under repair, and that the city government is kind of telling people, get this under control, because they recognize that places like that weren't healthful for the population. So George Washington, I think, owned some lots. Yes? Someone else. It wasn't on the waterfront, so I don't know. Not at first. George Washington was a big proponent of Alexandria. He was very into the idea of westward movement for Virginia. And so one of his, I would say, big picture goals was to get the Potomac working as a route to the west. And that is just seen in all of his activities, from, trying to control the West through the 7 Years' War and then the Revolution, but also in developing the Potomac Canal, and then in being a booster for Alexandria. So I mentioned this a couple of times, that there's these people who are coming from Philadelphia, from Scotland, and they're meeting George Washington. And what do you know? A few months later, they're buying a lot on the waterfront. Oh, what a weird coincidence, He was definitely like selling these people on this promise of, Alexandria is going to be a big deal. Get in now while it's hot and see profits later. And for some of them, it did work out. And some of them, lots of different outcomes. On the waterfront, no. His brother owned a lot there, and I don't know if George Washington had anything to do with that at all, other than probably he paid attention to it. But yeah.
Admittedly, this subject could take a whole day.
So in the early period, in the 18th century, the people who were buying water lots were kind of operating off of the English law precedent, which was that if you bought a waterfront parcel, you had the right to develop into the water. And so you were the owner of that waterfront and could do what you wanted. Eventually, by the Civil War era, there was definitely, you start to see more attention paid to the eastern boundary of the lots on the waterfront. So in the early deeds, it just says the eastern boundary is the courses of the river or into the Potomac River. It does not designate a final eastward spot. After the Civil War, you start to see deeds that say to the bulkhead line, which is, out in the river, where the town has established that boundary. As far as the larger laws about who owned the Potomac River, I would not be able to give you a comprehensive catalog of those right now. But it definitely was a subject of debate, especially in recent history, when the National Park Service, the city of Alexandria, were kind of negotiating who was in charge of the waterfront and how much of the river is the waterfront. So it's something that comes up. In the early documents, it's not as complicated as it gets later. So we have there's a few little lots that are sort of to the west of Water Street, and that's where we see there's two different parcels where the people who bought the supposed waterfront lots then later have to petition for possession of the actual waterfront. One of them, Fitzgerald and Piers, buys it outright. The other one, which is more to the north of the study area, ended up getting a 99-year lease, which then becomes very complicated later from a deed perspective, because it doesn't seem like everybody involved understands what's going on there.
The legal department in the city had a very good pamphlet on it.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen it for a long time. It wasn't in history.
Yeah, there's disputes pretty soon. Richard Errol, for example, was arguing about that little 10-foot strip of land in between his lot and the public lot. So yeah, there's immediately problems and disputes happening. Yeah.
Is there much documentation on Wilson's wharf there? It looks like Wilson's.
Yes, there's some. You have to read my report. Yeah, so there is. I don't think I could even tell you anything about it off the top of my head right now, but it's in my report. I found documentation for almost all of the wharves, not necessarily for when exactly they were banked out, but to give the best picture of how it was used so that we can say, well, no one was occupying this area before this date. And so that gives us kind of an idea of like when it was usable at least, because, you know, it gives us a little bit of a timeline more than just vaguely in the late 18th century. So yes, we know some things about that wharf. I don't know it right now, unfortunately, sorry. All right, well, thank you everyone for your attention.
Okay, well, I want to welcome everyone back to our second speaker this morning. I have the honor of introducing Molly Kerr. I hope you enjoyed our first talk by Dr. Abby Schreiber. And if you're interested in her forthcoming report and story map, the elements that are coming out from her project, those will be available early next year. So late this year, early next year. She's currently working on the final draft. So look forward to that. I'm Eleanor Breen. I'm the city archaeologist with the Office of Historic Alexandria. And I'd like to say a brief word of introduction to Molly Kerr this morning, the founding director of History Revealed, Inc. I first met Molly at the archaeology lab at Mount Vernon. We think it was in 2012, during her early work on the Glassford and Henderson store ledgers, and I really got to experience the depth of her dedication to digital humanities as we worked together with Esther White on the Mount Vernon slavery database. Molly has an incredible ability to rope people into her transcription-heavy projects and creates teams of dedicated avocational historians everywhere she goes. Her work often shines a light on the lives of enslaved people through indirect sources of evidence, while at the same time making these commercial ledgers accessible as a direct impact on what we know about material culture, how these ledgers inform what archaeologists find in the ground. And also in museums as well. I'm looking forward to hearing what she has to say today in her talk using ledgers to tell early Alexandria anecdotes. So join me in welcoming Molly. Thank you.
All right, so first and foremost, thank you all so much for having me. I am one of the community partners that is participating in research here having to do with Alexandria. Let's see, there we go. And so this morning, I am basically here to share with you my incredible enthusiasm for ledgers or account books. I get a little giddy, so especially as I tell the story and kind of go off script and that kind of thing. So please, rope me in if I need to. But one of the things that I'm really excited about is hearing your questions afterwards, because that is one of the things that helps inform my research, so that I make sure what I'm looking for and what I'm doing with the ledgers is going to be helpful. So as you have probably gathered so far, ledgers are one of those untapped early colonial history resources that a lot of people shy away from because they are hard. They can be boring if you don't know what you're looking for. And so this is one of the things that makes them so exciting for Alexandria, is because we have several for early Alexandria, pre-revolutionary times, and that allows us to expand before 1784, when all those newspapers start to come out, that give us all kinds of the ins and outs and the daily lives and the names. We've got these ledgers that give us a host of additional information. And the beauty about ledgers is that they tell us about everybody. It's not just the rich folks. It's not just the people who are property owners. It gives us a window into the lives of everyone, especially those who are historically underrepresented. So the Shopping Stories project that I'm focused on began as a crowdsourced transcription project, as Eleanor alluded to, as a partnership between George Washington's Mount Vernon and the Fairfax County Park Authority. When it was originally thought of as the Glassford and Henderson transcription project, part of that partnership was because Dr. Breen was focused on what were George Washington's invoices and orders to England, and how did that compare to what everyone was buying here locally on the streets who wasn't George Washington. At the same time, The Fairfax County Park Authority had recently purchased some land in a now defunct area of the county along the Occoquan River, which was called Colchester. So our ledgers that we focused on originally were the John Glassford and Company store ledgers that came from the Library of Congress. They covered from the years 1758 to 1769 for Alexandria and for Colchester. We created over 4,000 crowdsourced transcripts. We had over 300 volunteers working on this project. And that is the point at which History Revealed, my organization, was founded and took on the role of what do we do with all these transcripts next? And so what we were trying to do was figure out how to analyze them and then make them more accessible to researchers, which brings us to where we are today. So we know that editing transcripts and conducting research is fascinating, but we also wanted to take a look at more ledgers that have to do with Alexandria. There are only 2 with the Glassford stores that are extant, and so we knew that there were more that were available to us and to explore. So over several years, we applied for and received grants from the Omohundro Institute in Williamsburg and the Historic Alexandria Foundation, and we had digitized 10 additional ledgers, journals, and invoice books from the Alexandria stores associated with Robert Townsend. I say Ho, Fairfax County people say who. It's a big debate. It's spelled H-O-O-E. Use your imagination. As well as a personal ledger belonging to John Mills of Shooter's Hill fame. And all of these are located the originals are located at the New York Public Library. And the beauty of that digitization project is that not only can you see those originals from us, the New York Public Library's digital collections website also hosts them. So people have the access to them in a number of different ways. And most recently, we've started in conjunction with Alexandria Archaeology, the opportunity to transcribe these ledgers, hint, hint. And this will enable us to basically compare shopping habits from Alexandria residents from 1758 to 1802. And so our hope is basically to be able to compare those consumer habits from well before the American Revolution, French and Indian War times, all the way up to the founding of the New Republic. So the challenge of working with store ledgers, aside from the cursive handwriting, everybody read that from where you're sitting, is the bookkeeping. So putting the handwriting aside, the bookkeeping is something that can be a challenge. So 18th century ledgers show a credit, not a barter economy, and it's not that different from today, just kept on paper rather than in the cloud. If any of you all use QuickBooks, Quicken, Mint Mobile, any of those online platforms, even most banks today give you the ability to go in and monitor your purchases and your payments. That's all that these books are. It's the same thing that your bank provides you. They keep track of the store's expenses and income over a certain period of time. Store managers are required to create ledger books for legal purposes because if you haven't paid your bills by a certain period, they want to be able to take you to court. The court requires a legal document which tracks what you have purchased and what you have or have not paid at that point. And so the ledgers are required to show everything by account holder, by date, by purchases, and by payments. And those totals at the end have to match on both sides. So that's just kind of a little bit of the bookkeeping. These pages are broken down into 2 halves, in essence. So we have, again, our purchases on the left, our payments on the right. And the original authors never thought that we would look at these pages individually. They always thought we were going to look at them together like a book. So they weren't real worried about stretching someone's name across 2 pages. Harder for us as transcribers to remember that. So one of the things that I also want to point out is if you can read, here are the dates for Mrs. Susanna Patterson, which we learned a little bit about from Abby's presentation, and then the payments that were made here as well. What's interesting about Mrs. Susanna Patterson, which I don't think that Abby knew, is that she rented her lot 52 to the Ho Stone and Company store and then the later Jennifer and Ho store. So what you're seeing here are the storehouse payments by charges, merchandise, 1 year's rent of your houses and lot. So Ho and Stone, Jennifer and Ho rented that lot from 1770 to 1778, roughly, when Mrs. Patterson sold it. So in contrast to that, we have journals. journals are the day-to-day record. So if you've ever received a receipt and you see the merchant puts a copy of the receipt on a pin or in an envelope or this kind of thing, that is the journal is the equivalent of that envelope, of that stack of receipts on a pin. These basically are kept by day as opposed to by customer. And so the other thing that's fun about journals is that they include lots of information that wasn't important to the courts. So if we take a look, for those of you who have your cursive handwriting glasses on, we start on this particular on February 6th. The preceding page actually has 4 additional transactions for February 6th. So in this case, we see Susanna Patterson's son, Thomas. Thomas walks into the store that day. He charges on his mom's account hinges, nails, and a horn comb. Mom is paying the bill. So, is the horn comb for mom? Is the horn comb for Thomas? Is the horn comb for a girlfriend? Don't know. Mom is paying the bill. So if you also keep going on throughout that day, you can see Hector McCain comes in and purchases on Bennett Brown. Benjamin Shreve comes in and pays his account in full in cash. And whether or not that is coin or paper money, we don't know with the way this is defined, but we know he paid off his entire bill on the 6th of February. As we continue to go on, I forgot to tell you, the 6th of February is a Saturday. Thank you, Google. The store was closed on Sunday, which isn't a universal truth. Then on Monday, we only have 2 shoppers. So again, we have not the account holder buying, but someone else buying on their behalf. So in this case, we have an enslaved man belonging to Dr. William Rumney, London, who comes in and buys Florence oil. And then we have Miss Betty, William Fleming's daughter, who comes in and purchases on her dad's account. And so in all of these cases, what is fun about these is where we may not know the time of day that someone walked in, we know the order in which they showed up in the store and went to the counter. So it starts to give us a picture of literally the daily life of watching people come in and out and go back and forth through the store. All right, so is everybody ready to start transcribing now? You're ready to sign up and help me, right? Okay, so we have 2 phases that are currently going on with the Shopping Stories project. The first is obviously the transcribing phase, and you can transcribe with us independently. You can transcribe with us at Alexandria Archaeology, in which we show up every Tuesday and Saturday if you want to join with like-minded people to do a little bit of transcribing. I come in periodically, see how everybody's doing, check in, tell stories, tell tall tales about things we found. And that's part of the fun of what we're doing, is that we get to talk to each other about what we found. And so that Historic Alexandria Foundation grant has allowed us basically to publish and to work on transcribing in an online platform called From the Page. At present, we have 8 of those ledgers and journals available, as well as the personal ledger of John Mills. And so he is as I have mentioned, the original builder of Shooter's Hill that Alexandria Archaeology is perpetually trying to find his house. And to date, I guess, has not, which is good, but I can tell them exactly what they should find from the ledgers. So what does transcribing entail? Wrong button. Let's go back. Seat at Shooter's Hill. There's our account name. There's our date, the type of transaction, and then the entry of what is up here. So I tried to capture the cursive handwriting with the transcript below so that you would kind of get a sense of what it looks like. We use a template, basically, that you transcribe everything in. This is called tabular data. This is the boring part. Where we try to make sure that everything lines up and everything is able to stay together. So we try to keep this like with like. So it often means you have to repeat the account holder's name over and over again because you want to make sure that that doesn't get lost with what actually was going on. And while every book doesn't have the same format, we often, they all have the same strategies. They all have the same information. So what we've tried to do is basically, we're mushing everything into a common template as opposed to just a free form. And so one of the things that we do, which is very different from what a lot of historians do when they transcribe, I have an archaeologist's brain, that's my background, so I'm always thinking about the little tiny details, what can we learn? When they abbreviate something, I don't leave it abbreviated. We put what the word is in square brackets afterwards. If we know something, like just an initial, we try to put that in there so that we know who the person is and can make things, make the connections back. They use a host of different kinds of abbreviations. We have a glossary for that. They use a host of words we don't use anymore. We have a glossary for that. If you have, if you're looking at the ledgers, they have indexes. We have an index for that. But remember, one of the challenges is that not everybody who is in the ledger is an account holder. They're often a shopper. So London was a shopper for William Rumney. Miss Betty was a shopper on her husband or on her father's account, William Fleming. They're not, so we have to keep kind of two separate lists running all the time of who all the people are. We have a help section. We've got all kinds of ways to make it easy and as fun for you as possible. I have two of my transcribers here today. So Lisa and Heather are both here. If you have any questions after, you want to know about, is it really as hard as she says it is? Is it really as exciting as she says it is? Please talk to them, because I think that you will find that they're as enthusiastic as I am, which is cool. Okay, so part of this obviously is not just digitizing manuscripts, it's not just transcripts. What do we do with them after the fact? Because one of the things is when you're transcribing, you're looking at one page by itself. If you do a search, you're often looking at one page by itself. If you want to see all of the rum purchased in 1 year, you need to see all the transcripts at the same time. And so one of the things that we're working on is a website with an attached database that will allow you to search for Dr. William Rumney, will allow you to search for rum, will allow you to search for London. And so we want to know and gets back to what I said at the very beginning about wanting to hear your questions. We want to know what kinds of questions people are asking. And so if you're a genealogist, you may be really excited about the account holders. You may be really excited about the social relationships between people. If you're an archaeologist, you may be really interested in what has purchased, when it was purchased. And so those are kind of the things, if you're an archaeologist and you want to help date a particular artifact and you can find that it was purchased in the store, you can actually say when it left the store, when it landed on the property, and then match it to a feature. Again, archaeologist in the back of my mind all the time. So we are trying to basically create the ability to take these documents and turn them into kind of a painting that gives you the opportunity to see everything all at the same time. And we kind of want to know not just who made the purchases, who were they made on behalf of. So that brings us to this phase that we're working on now. And so we've got the Glassford ledgers are in the editing phase. The Hoe ledgers are still in the process of being transcribed. And so if you've been keeping count, there were over 4,000 pages attached to Glassford and Henderson. When this is all said and done, we're going to be looking at over 9,500 pages, over 22 ledgers, journals, and invoice books. So what does that look like? A little peek is we've been working with the computer science department, a senior design class of all places in the University of Central Florida. Go Knights in Orlando. And so we've been trying to explore ways to share these transcripts and what it would look like. So this database, as I said, is going to give you the opportunity to search in a number of different ways. And so I want to say that this website is up, it is active, it is in construction. The database is there, it is all raw, and we are in the process of working on the 1760 to 61 Colchester ledger because it was one of the smaller, it was pretty discreet, and there is a wonderful map by a historian that was done in the 80s that you can match up the shoppers to exactly where they lived. So part of what we are trying to do is explore how you can make those connections, not just by people, but by geography, by time. So what I want to do now is now that I've given you all the method, give you a deep dive into a few of the stories. And these are just a hint. And what I want to caveat with this is what I know today is maybe not what I'm going to know tomorrow, because as we transcribe additional pages, we learn more information. So let's take a dive. Okay, so this particular passage ties very much back to what Dr. Schreiber talked about earlier. So one of the challenges of working with the ledgers is determining the geography associated not just with the customers, which is where that 1760 Fairfax County map comes into handy, the merchandise, which is where we have invoice and orders to use, but then talking about the specific location of the store itself. So we know John Glassford's store existed in Alexandria as early as August 1761 because of its relationship with a sister city in Colchester, in which we have a ledger that talks about it starting on the 29th of August that year. But unfortunately for us, the earliest extant Glassford ledger is the 1765 to 66 ledger in Alexandria. And so we know, similarly to Susanna Patterson renting to the host Stone and Company, we know that early store in 65, 66 was being rented by land from John Semple. So this map that you will probably see over and over and over again, it's the best map ever, go George. So they rented this lot right here. And they paid £25 a year to rent Semple's storehouse, balehouse, and stable. Semple, as we've already heard, acquired the lands from Johns Carlisle and Dalton, who may have been responsible for that store's construction, but we don't know yet, or at least I don't know. Dr. Schreiber may know. I will be querying her later. And so this store was a good location, pretty much center of town. The store was originally rented from Semple by John Orr and later by the manager Henry Riddle. So as we have heard, Glassford and Henderson did in fact purchase the two lots of 31 and 32 from Gerard and Philip Alexander, but it wasn't until June of 1768 when they probably moved on to the land. Based on the records, we were pretty confident that the building that was already in place was a cooper shop because of references to that, but no references to the cooper shop construction. So in the fall, are you ready? Fasten your seatbelts. In the fall of 1767, Thomas Fleming and Captain John Dalton moved bricks from the kiln to the property. Bricks are moved to the property. James Parsons made nearly 64,000 bricks. And that is right here. He also laid the stone for the foundation and the bricks for the house. 2 loads of lime were provided by John Carlisle and oyster shells by John Curry for the mortar. And this is where I start to lose it. And I think I've lost it. So I'm just going to skip that part. Peter Perry sifted the lime. By January of 1768, the storehouse must have started to be enclosed, as Carlisle and Dalton's enslaved blacksmiths made hooks and hinges for the cellar doors, hinges for the storehouse door, clamps for the storehouse, and large hooks and staples for fastening the cellar doors. In February, John Rice was paid for 2,500 lathes, and that one is right there, because you've all got your cursive handwriting glasses on, right? Which were likely used for the interior walls of the store. William Ramsey provided 2 pounds of glue, possibly for the plaster. The roof was in place by April, as John Bowling was paid for the creation of over 20,000 shingles, which is, where was that? Oh, I lost it. I had it when I had the glue. All right, I'm going to skip that one too. 20,000, take my word for it. William Templeman provided 2,000 for penny nails, or 4 penny brads, most likely for the installation of the lathing. By June, James Parsons is back. He's plastered the walls, built a grate in the counting room. Thomas Worthington has whitewashed the ceiling of the large room. William Bushby has glazed 69 lights in the windows, installed the border paper and other wallpapers, painted the room in colors of cream and chocolate. Thomas Brownlee painted the roof red, as well as the window sashes, frames, and doors. Based on these descriptions, we know the storehouse contained at least a large room, a counting room, and a cellar. So going back to the drainage issues, outside, John Tomlinson removes the dirt from the cellar's construction and digs a drain along the front of the lot on Fairfax Street and then repairs the street. Daniel Jennings cuts down locust trees to construct posts that were hewed by George Magnus and brought to Alexandria by Thomas Fleming. And who moves the post to the property? Richard Errol. Peter Perry installed the 75 posts to create a fence, and Edward Rigdon put the fence up using 2,520 penny nails, as well as constructed a gate with a padlock. Carlisle and Dalton's enslaved blacksmiths return, creating hooks, hinges, bolts, staples, and a bar for the gate. Okay, so this description only includes a sampling of what was included on that page because it actually carries over to another page, but that was just, you'd never be able to read it then. And the beauty of using from the page, by the way, as you're transcribing, is you can see how complicated some of these pages are. It allows you to zoom in really, really close. So you never have to question, well, you do have to question, but you question less what something says. All right, so this is just a sampling of what's going on the improvements on lots 31 and 32. Did you count how many men? Did anybody count? Anybody use their fingers and toes? Because it would have taken 18 of them. And this does not include Carlisle and Dalton's enslaved blacksmiths, nor does it include, in all likelihood, other enslaved employed by those who were there on the property doing work. So although no extant ledger exists beyond 1768 for this store, we know from newspapers, as Dr. Schreiber has alluded, that the store was made for sale in 1776. Henderson sells it, somebody buys it. Henderson turns around 2 days later and buys it from that buyer. He wastes no time because there's a very good quality storehouse there. We know that by 1799, those two lots have been divided into 12. And what is fascinating is in 1799, we know that brick storehouse is right there on the corner. And is in the possession of the merchant and banker William Herbert. Today, the only hint that this was going on this lot, which fascinates me, are cobbles and bricks along Thompson's Alley, which is on the southern boundary of what was Lot 32 at the time. That Alexandria has changed a lot. All right, so that's the geography. What about the people? So as you heard me say, Thomas Fleming a couple of times helped move goods for the construction of the Alexandria store. Thomas Fleming was a shipwright, or a guy who built ships. It's one of the preeminent connections pre-revolution that we know about Alexandria. And we know obviously that ships are coming and going quite a bit through the town. Several of the historians have written about the waterfront development and the shipbuilding conducted by Fleming. However, very few folks have used these ledgers as an example or a source of information for their descriptions. So what can we learn by looking at the Glassford, Hoe, and Mills ledgers to add to our understanding of Thomas Fleming and shipbuilding in Alexandria? So far, we have 855 transactions connected to Thomas Fleming. We've still got a lot of pages to transcribe, hint, hint. He first appears in the Alexandria store in September 1765 with a balance carryover from the previous year's ledger. So what would we know about Fleming if we had even the earlier ledgers? He appears first in the Colchester ledgers not until March of 1767, and mostly with others purchasing on his account and his payments attributed to the construction of a new vessel, including the ship Janie and a flat for the Boyd's Hole store. As a shipwright, not much has previously been known about Fleming's constructions of ships aside from the colonial customs records. According to evidence found in the ledgers, construction of the ship Janie began in 1767, and she launched in 1768, with a similar timeline to the construction of Glassford's Alexandria store. The customs records indicate she was approximately 170 tons and required a 16-man crew to operate. She was registered in Glasgow under Archibald Henderson and Company, traveling between Alexandria and Glasgow, bringing European goods to the region and returning with raw materials like tobacco and staves. The Janie had her own account with the Alexandria store in conjunction with Fleming as her shipwright. So, let's go back, come on. Up here. So some of these accounts become a little confusing because you're never sure, is it the guy, is it the ship, what's going on? Like Fleming's Colchester store account, her account primarily appears to be payments made to those employed in her construction. There are over 50 people described. 32 of which were provided greater or equal to £1 in goods or in cash. Based on the amount provided, Joan Stonemeyer and Thomas Moxley, they clearly had positions of power, or at least an importance to the ship's construction. Stonemeyer purchased over £13 in goods, while Moxley was given over £56, primarily in cash to pay off his own personal account with the store. Just to give you all a frame of reference, £30 is the average price, or is the average amount that a journeyman, probably someone like Thomas Moxley, would be making in a year. So in this year, he was, at least at the store, was given £56 in goods and services through the store, which is a significant income. So there's a lot of research left to be done on these 50 individuals. Again, if you'd like to help, see me afterwards. Okay, so although the ship's Janie's account was with the Alexandria store, clearly to pay the laborers, her balance was paid by the Colchester store, which is where we learn more about her specifications. Unlike her customs descriptions, she was described as 232 3/4 tons. She had 10,589 pounds of iron made into various purposes by local blacksmiths, and had 2 pumps and timber for the head installed, as well as a spare main topmast, a mainyard, and a windlass. A warehouse, going back to the question about warehouses, was rented to house the seamen and ship's goods for the ship in Alexandria, and her anticipated captain, Archibald Omi, oversaw her construction, requiring board and lodging for over 18 months. Her credit to Thomas Fleming's account was £1,258.03. That's nearly £500 more than it cost to build the store. There we go. So personally, we also get to learn more about Thomas Fleming and his family from the ledgers. His wife, Betty, frequently made purchases at the store for household goods, like sugar and tea. She also purchased fabrics, stockings, gloves, and a black neckcloth, possibly for a funeral. A purchase made in a journal on the 24th of December, 1773, indicates that her husband made a trip to the West Indies, and in his absence, she purchased both German and British Osnaburg, 1,008 penny nails, over a gallon of best rum, green tea, and thread. Now, mind you, this was right before the holidays, so, while he's in the Indies, she's back here partying. Fleming has 3 children who frequently shopped on their father's account as well. Sons Anthony and Thomas primarily purchased West India rum and spirits, but also sugar, salt, writing tools, coffee, and green tea. His daughter Bridget, or Miss Biddy, as she is often called in the ledgers, made even more purchases than her brothers against her father's account. Most of hers were for sewing threads of various qualities, but she also purchased fine paper, indicating she was literate, as well as coffee and tea. Her final purchase, transcribed thus far, was on the 24th of June, 1773. Interestingly, Fleming's will in 1786 indicates that he had 5 daughters, Bridget, Betty, Kitty, Nancy, and Sally, but there's no mention of sons. So what happened to his sons? Research yet to be done. Bridget marries James Kirk, a business associate of Fleming's, and Betty marries Eli Vallette, who is an assistant at the Hoe and Harrison store. When they get married, still to be determined. As to the role of indentured servants and apprentices, working with Fleming on shipbuilding and in his household, we have much more research to do. Undoubtedly, many of those names fall into those categories. What we do know from the ledgers is that there are at least 8 named enslaved individuals appearing in Fleming's accounts. Dade purchased rum and Peter a hat in 1767. Joe and Nace had tithes paid in 1768. Syphax was provided meals in 71 and 72. And Phyllis and Daphne purchased sugar and Jacob green tea in 1773. Which brings me to my final example this morning of what can be learned from the Alexandria ledgers. Names, especially of the enslaved. Before the Revolution, very little is known about the enslaved experience here in Alexandria, and this is where ledgers offer the opportunity to play a key role in expanding our knowledge. Account books represent an untapped resource for identifying both free and enslaved African Americans, as well as women and the poor in a world of white, male-dominated documents. Ledgers open a window into an entire community of individuals when we stop to look. Given the account books contained indexes, some incomplete and missing, our first step was to go page by page through each ledger and develop a list of all the people, places, organizations, and store-related accounts contained throughout. In the Glassford ledgers, we have a total of 1,771 individual account holders. 6 of them are known to be and are identified as enslaved. Will, enslaved by William Smith of Loudon, was the only one identified in Alexandria. However, the Hoe stores included 2 additional men, Jack Robinson, also known as Jack Robertson, and Syphax. Jack's enslaver is still murky, but Syphax was enslaved by Robert Hanson Harrison. Just like everyone else in the ledgers, these enslaved men and women made purchases on credit and paid their accounts, navigating the local economy with apparent autonomy. Purchases were practical as well as frivolous, but their payments were all generally made in either ready money or cash, or services rendered to the store or others. While the initial focus has been on those who have accounts, we've also begun to identify all those individuals who made purchases, especially in the Hoe ledgers, without accounts. For example, the Hoe Stone and Company ledger for 70 to 73, we have 201 individual account holders. We have an additional 258 names without accounts, 15 of whom are unlikely enslaved. We know Anthony and Ben were hired by the store from Robert Townsend Hoe, and Peter from William Ramsey. Jack came over from Port Tobacco and may have been enslaved by Robert Hanson Harrison or the store. George, enslaved by Elizabeth Hunter, was hired out to the store, as well as the schooner John. In addition to George, the schooner John also hired 18-years-old Watt from Robert Hanson Harrison. Moses appears only once in connection with purchases made on behalf of him by Robert Townsend Hoe. 2 unnamed men were enslaved by local doctors, William Rumney and William Brown, who both had leather breeches purchased for them. Was Rumney's unnamed enslaved man London that we saw in the journal. And in September 1771, Robert Adam and Company paid £2, 5 shillings for passage on the schooner John of an unnamed enslaved man from Barbados. So by comparison, the journals prove somewhat more fruitful for information about the enslaved. While the Jennifer and Hoe 73 to 74 journal is still being reviewed, we have identified at least 55 individuals who are shoppers without accounts who were likely enslaved. An individual we are only beginning to learn more about was Lamore. He was enslaved by Richard Harrison and hired out to the Alexandria store starting in 1778. Harrison became a new partner with Robert Townsend Hoe earlier that year after spending time as a consignor in Martinique of Alexandria's raw materials. And Harrison had, in fact, been an assistant in the store years before. After partnering with Hoe, Harrison didn't immediately relocate to Alexandria. When he does finally arrive, he only passes through on his way to Cadiz, Spain. But he brings from Martinique an enslaved man, Lamore. We know from the journal that a bed was built for young Lamore in late 1778, and by 1779, he was full-time working or hired out to the store. And one of the challenges that we deal with, put your cursive handwriting glasses on again, is the spelling changes over time. So you have to be prepared that what you see in one hand is not the way they spelled it the next time. There is no Webster's dictionary at this time. Unfortunately, due to a gap in transcription so far, hint, hint, we only pick up on hints of Lamore's story. In 1780, he was hired out to the store. He had a pair of shoes resold, and 3.5 yards of Osnaburg fabric and thread were purchased, likely to provide him his annual clothing allowance. After another gap, we find him again in 1786 to 87, being hired out to the store, but this time also being hired by Richard Watts Ashton and Company, with shoes being purchased for him as well. He would have been away from his home and family in Martinique for nearly 10 years by this point. Then, on November 12th, 1787, Lamore crossed paths with the soon-to-be first president of the United States. In a letter to George Washington from Joseph Lewis, Jr., an employee of the Hoe and Harrison store, Lewis wrote to describe an incident that had happened to him and Charles Ashton, another employee, and Richard Watts's brother, when they were out hunting the previous day. According to the letter, the 2 men had been tricked by Washington's enslaved to come on to Mount Vernon to shoot squirrels. And by entering upon Washington's land, the enslaved men knew Lewis and Ashton would be poaching, and Washington offered his enslaved a reward for the intervention and confiscation of guns used, which was exactly what happened to Lewis and Ashton. Joseph Lewis wrote to Washington in hopes begging in hopes of retrieving the seized rifles. The letter bearer, it was Lamore, who went to Mount Vernon with Lewis's request from Alexandria. It was Lamore who was entrusted to return to Alexandria with those guns. The next time we learn of Lamore awaits additional transcriptions, hint, hint, from the ledgers, but we know of a manumission, with thanks to Heather Bollinger, from the Fairfax County records, that Lamore was emancipated by Richard Harrison in 1791. Lamore was approximately 27 years old at the time, and in Harrison's words, had behaved himself as an orderly, honest, and faithful servant. Having arrived in Alexandria at only about 14 years old, would Lamore stay in Alexandria or return to Martinique? The joy and frustration maybe we will never know, but what we do know is that a small thread, a single name that we found in the ledgers, revealed a very unexpected story. So, as you have hopefully gathered, the ledgers reveal a myriad of ways to tell the story of the community in Alexandria, especially in pre-revolutionary times, especially about its individual customers. They show that nearly everything imaginable was available for sale, from yards of fabric to building supplies, to medicines, to spices, alcohol, and even human beings. For the historically excluded communities, the ledgers have much more to tell us about individuals like Lamore and their connections, as well as the status of enslavement and how it was understood by the Alexandria community at large. So as we continue to move these transcripts into a digital format, we look forward to letting you learn more from these ledgers as we continue to transcribe and input them into a database. And all of this, as I said at the beginning, with a caveat that what we know now may very well change as we continue to transcribe additional pages. And there are more ledgers during this time period that we could include. These are the ones we have so far. So I do want to say thank you all for your attention this morning, and the Alexandria Forum for allowing one of its community partners to participate in today's programming. So I hope that you have learned a little something and maybe want to help. Thank you. So the question is, who synthesizes all the transcribing efforts? To date, right now, it's me in my office, which has piles and piles of stuff. And I'm sorry, I have Esther White in the back who's saying something and I don't understand. Oh, well, yes. And ultimately, thank you. Ultimately, so I'm the one who has the pleasure of pulling all these things together. And ultimately, the hope is to publish it into the database in which you could look and find whatever you want. At present, everything gets reviewed by me first.
And then, how does it work even with like local municipalities around you?
Correct. So the question is, the work that I focused on today was on Alexandria. I've also looked at Colchester. The John Glassford and Company stores, Dr. Schreiber had a really nice slide that showed the location of all the stores. All of those stores have ledgers too. There are easily hundreds of ledgers that are out there. In my big fantasy world, we put all of them into one database and give you the power to be able to compare what someone buys in Charleston in 1765 against what someone in Boston in 1765 purchased against what someone in Alexandria purchased in 1765, which tells us not only what they purchased, how much they were paying for it, how often they were purchasing it. That's my fantasy. Help my dream come to reality. So to date, no. To my knowledge, this is the first what is planned to be the publicly accessible in front of a paywall, so you don't have to pay for it, opportunity for people to go in and gain access to this material. There are several historians out there who have focused on ledgers. There's not many, because as I said in the very beginning, ledgers are hard and they can be very boring until you get the passion, until you start seeing the connections, until you start digging into them. A lot of times when you first look at a page, you're like, I have no idea what this says. And so until you learn the handwriting, so my general comparison is I'm a Luddite when it comes to cell phones. I am not a texter. I write full sentences and I have punctuation and I can't help myself. My comparison when I engage, especially with college students, is think about when you text. I have no idea what your texts say. I have no idea what the emojis say, none of that. So the hope is that what we're doing is to make all of that more transparent and ultimately lead to getting more folks engaged. So like I know somebody in Pittsburgh who has a ledger who desperately wants to figure out a way to get it published. But he is avocational. He isn't connected with the university. And so in a lot of ways, what we're trying to do is find a way for those folks who aren't connected with the university and the university resources to be able to publish and get access to this material. Other questions? Yes, ma'am. Okay, so the question is whether or not AI could make this easier. There is a product out there, a platform right now called Transcribus or Transcribus that is very much trying to test that. They are using German, early German text, so they figured it's very complicated and difficult. They haven't mastered it yet. Part of the challenge, especially with ledgers, is basically the columns. And that's where AI has a lot more trouble, is trying to figure out, because sometimes the lines go this way, sometimes they go this way, sometimes they wrap. So what they haven't quite figured out is how to deal with that component to it. What I would love to see happen is a way for AI to review the transcripts. Let us do the original and line it up, and then let AI come back and overlap it. In fact, the colonial customs records are in a behind a paywall database right now. And they have used a form of AI to go in and try to identify all the words. So you can actually go in and search that database for Alexandria. And of course, it brings up a lot of Egypt, but you can go in and transcribe, you can ask for Alexandria and it will spit out everything associated with it. It doesn't always get it right, and it doesn't always do abbreviations well. So that's the other component to it. So.
Are you able to sort of spatially position the shop?
So that's where I'm really looking forward to seeing what Dr. Schreiber has done, because that will enable us to really kind of get more at that. That 1760 map that I talked about for Fairfax County, which everybody was a member of, technically was Fairfax County in 1760, allows us to kind of start to make connections. So especially in the Colchester store, you can see customers coming from basically Loudon in. My favorite is the Chapmans, I think actually come to Alexandria. If you've ever been out 66 and you see the big tall mill ruins on 66, that is right there between, I think it's Prince William and Fauquier County. Those folks way out there came all the way into Alexandria to go shopping. But I'm really looking forward to seeing Dr. Schreiber's work so that I can see, can I put more of my shoppers on the map? Because that's a whole level of research that I want to do. I really, really want to do. But there's only so many hours in the day. Yes, ma'am. Okay, so the ledgers that we're focusing on are at the Library of Congress and the New York Public Library. There's even a ledger here at the Lyceum and their collections from the 18 teens and 1820s. So they are everywhere. I have found one in, I think it's in Nebraska. There are several in North Carolina. They are dispersed, and I've even, not specifically connected to here, but I've even been to the DC Flea out in Dulles and seen someone convert ledger pages into artwork. So, all kinds of opportunities. Yes, there's Emma. I was looking for Emma. So yes. So Emma Richardson in the back is another person you can ask about volunteering, and she's the one who's helping me coordinate everybody through Alexandria Archaeology. So.
Is there information available from religious institutions that can...
I am absolutely confident of that. A lot of the gentlemen are from the Presbyterian Meeting House. And so I know that they have a large collection. I know that we have Christchurch shoppers, so I know there's an opportunity there. I have just teased at a few of the stories, but there are thousands of ways that you can get into this. And one of the things that's fascinating to me is that the stores act like a bank. So they are paying their taxes and tithes through the stores. So if you wanted to make those connections back to those basically houses of worship, you very easily could.
Is there information available from?
So not necessarily an entry, but the one that I am, that is definitely is my favorite is a person. And he is known in the Colchester stores as Negro Jack. And he is enslaved by the Linton estate. So by the time he shows up at the Colchester store, his enslaver is deceased. And Jack seems to have the ability to go anywhere he wants, whenever he wants. And it just is fascinating to me to think about the relationship of an enslaved man in the community at large. And we often think of the hardships of the enslaved experience, which there definitely were many. But Jack shows how his resilience enables him to really do some amazing things. So he's probably my favorite person. And I can't think of one of my favorite stories from reviewing transcribing is when someone decided that every word was chicken. So they literally went through and transcribed like every third word is chicken. So that made for a really interesting day. Oh, yes, well, and as Heather has mentioned, one of the things we've recently found is Congress is buying lottery tickets in Alexandria for Alexandria's lottery during the war. So you just never know what you're going to come across. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Strong possibility that there is. We know that Syphax was enslaved by Robert Hanson Harrison, and Robert Hanson Harrison lived in Maryland, and then he lived in Alexandria, and then he went back to Maryland. And I know that the Syphax family in Arlington traces back to Maryland. So where that connection is, we don't know, but we also presume at this point that they're using Syphax as a first name as opposed to a surname. So it doesn't mean that it's still not connected. We haven't found the connections yet, and would love to see if we can prove or disprove that connection, because he is another fascinating character in the ledgers. Right. Thank you all.
All right, welcome back to our afternoon portion of the Alexandria Forum. I hope everybody had a wonderful lunch and enjoyed the fresh air outside. I am super excited about the second part of today, where we are featuring some of our latest research and the talent of our own staff. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce them all, and then they will speak one after each other, and we're going to take questions at the end. So I'll pop back up to help moderate. Okay? All right, so we are going to start on the far end with Blake Wilson, research historian with the African American History Division. Blake is a research historian and is currently working with us on a self-guided tour focusing on African American history on the Duke Street corridor, essentially between Route 1 and Diagonal Road. And he's also helping to develop a civil rights history tour. We don't know exactly what the physical part of that tour will be. There will at least be digital components of that. But we're very excited that we have Blake as part of our team, and this is funded with ARPA money. So we're excited about that. Next is Garrett Fesler. He's the deputy city archaeologist, and he has been with us since 1988. Since the mid-1980s, Garrett has worked as a historical archaeologist in the Chesapeake region, I'm just reading this. I'm not trying to make you sound more senior than Blake, so that's okay. I see everybody laughing. It's all right. So he's been a valued member of our team for many years, and we look forward to his latest research, which he has lectured on quite extensively in the area. Ben Skolnik is one of our city archaeologists, and he began with us in 2015, and he has been doing amazing research work with us with 1315 Duke Street, the Alexandria slave pen, otherwise known also as Freedom House Museum. Tatiana Niculescu is our archaeologist and collections manager at Alexandria Archaeology. She manages the preservation and conservation of the 4 ships that were archaeologically excavated from the waterfront, and she will share some of her work with that. So I'm going to turn it over first to Blake. Come on up.
I'm Blake Wilson, and this is going to be a little talk on the research that is being done on the Duke Street corridor, beginning with that tour, which is, like Gretchen mentioned, a self-guided tour. So the objectives of this tour, it is not uncovering hidden history, so it's not anything where I'm attempting to reinvent the wheel, nor am I reinventing the wheel. It is trying to pull some disparate histories together and then illuminating them collectively. And the common theme is African Americans within the city of Alexandria. The common thread is Duke Street. So that is the tie that binds. It is a self-guided tour. It will be in the form of, well, it will be 2 parts, a self-guided component with actual signs on Duke Street, and a expanded digital component. That way I can get into more of the history, present more of the photographic evidence, maps, historical records, some of the things that I'm seeing in the archive so that everyone else can see it, to make it more participatory. It'll be in the form of mini kiosks. So it'll be something that's not taking up too much space, but still has a great deal of information that people will be able to access. People will be able to, for the self-guided aspect of it, be able to utilize the maps and be able to connect these stories to other stories that they are seeing, be they visitors or lifelong residents. So the first, I would say the act of this project was an article that I wrote that appeared in the Alexandria Times. And it was an article that focused on the 800 block of Duke Street in particular. And the reason I wanted to focus on this block, because I felt like it really was a microcosm of why the project is needed and what type of work that is being undertaken. So if anyone is unfamiliar, or if, for the sake of a rehash, Dr. Albert Johnson, the first African-American physician licensed within the city of Alexandria, he buys a home in this block. So not only is he a doctor, just imagine the doctor with his doctor bag being someone who's trusted. It's very intimate for a doctor to make a house call. So this is a trusted member of society and the community, especially amongst his immediate neighbors. So not only does he live within this block, he buys a property next door. This property he eventually sells to Annie B. Rose, who is a woman who wears many hats within the city, all types of organizing and activist space, especially historical preservation, which is interesting. And I want to just within this block, or what I tried to do with this in particular, was talk about not just Albert Johnson and Annie B. Rose, but I wanted to get at what type of ideas circulated within a community, not just people who happen to live next door to each other. So one of their neighbors across the street was the Strange family. That last name may be familiar to people, Clarence and Robert Strange. They were 2 of the participants in the 1939 library sit-in. Their grandfather, who spent some time living in their home, he was actually a reverend who participated in lots of activist organizing in the late 19th, early 20th century. And he's an important figure because I feel like it's important to think about like what type of conversations that the Strange family were having within their own home and how they were relating it to the world immediately outside their doors. So these weren't just abstract concepts of equality, self-determination. These were things that they were seeing within practice. And so like this sort of gets to the crux of why they were selected to be participants within the 1939 sit-in. They were upstanding and they knew these ideals to be something that were to be striven for. So that's that block of Duke Street. Another interesting person that has come up within the research is Anthony S. Perpiner. He's someone who pops up in historical records up and down the East Coast. And I feel like he's really interesting, and how he will factor into this is because when people look at Reconstruction history, it sometimes focuses on the more glamorous African-American politicians who hold national office, but not necessarily what's going on at the state and local levels. And he's someone who was an active participant in the Fourth Ward Radicals. So it really touches on, or his story, well, not just his story, he's part of a collective, he's part of a community. Ideas are circulating. He's a trusted businessman. He owns property on on Duke Street, but he also is someone who is part of this climate where African Americans are immediately following the Civil War becoming active participants in how Alexandria will look in the future. So that's just Anthony Perpiner. And then someone like Traverse Penn, he's a gentleman who, like, his story is very interesting. He, on Duke Street, founds the first African-American newspaper, the People's Advocate. So we have to talk about, like, you're talking about a population who goes from being legally barred from literacy to controlling the narrative through African-American press. And it's taking place on Duke Street. So in addition, Shiloh Baptist, and this picture, it was from a recognizance tour of sorts, where we were thinking about like where the signs would be placed. So I don't want anyone to think that the signs are in competition with state historical markers like you may see here, but it's acting in conjunction with state historical markers and other forms of memory and markers within the city. So Shiloh Baptist Church, it has an illustrious history. Lillian Stanton Patterson has done great work as far as recovering that history and ensuring that it's preserved. That history isn't going to fit in total on the historical marker, so adding more context. One of the stories that I find is very interesting, along with the great work in memorializing the victims of lynching within the city of Alexandria. So tying in this Duke Street tour with the ACRP work and how Shiloh Baptist Church was a site of organization, collective healing in the wake of Benjamin Thomas's lynching. And also John Mercer Langston, to talk about a Reconstruction era politician. He's someone who met and spoke at Shiloh Baptist, and I just find it interesting that like Arlington has Langston Boulevard, so it'll be great for Alexandria to have something, to keep up with our neighbors Arlington, and all of this history exists. And present research that is going on at the moment, as some of the talks earlier, so going through land deeds, chain of titles, all of this is like dizzying but necessary. So trying to put more context into like this property at the corner of like across the street from Shiloh, 1323 Duke Street. So just trying to, I guess, better capture what community means in the wake of the Civil War. And timeline, hope to have this done with signs in the ground by next year. And then I'll be moving on to a civil rights component. And that will not just focus on the 1960s, although I have a picture on Duke Street of the Poor People's Campaign when they were using Duke Street as a staging area, but civil rights history from the era around the Civil War, following the Civil War, through the 20th century. And thank you.
Note to self, don't follow Blake in the future. That was really great. I'm going to be a little bit more formal in my talk because, as my colleagues know, I like to talk, and so I'm going to really try to keep it to 10 minutes here. So what I wanted to start out with today is I wanted to begin with a little thought experiment with you all. And so let's start with the map of Old Town Alexandria. This was made in 1845 by Maskell Ewing. You can see that Ewing labeled 26 places on the map: civic buildings, schools, major industries, and churches, but not individual households. And in addition to the main street grid, he appears to have done a pretty good job of depicting the side streets and the alleys and so forth. So this is a pretty nice map, but again, we don't have the households. And you see I put red lines on it to divide up the city into the 4 wards. So now let's add a map. This is a depiction of 281 identified free black households in the year 1831. I have mapped these households by comparing the 1830 federal census records, which list heads of each household and count how many people live in those households. And I've married that with the land and property tax books for 1831, which you see on the bottom. And these provide the street face location for each of those households. So using both these documents back and forth, I can begin to put individual households on a street, on a block. So the question I want to pose to you all is, where is the neighborhood for these free black residents of our town? And before we answer that, we might ask, how do we define neighborhoods? What makes up a neighborhood? And lastly, why did neighborhoods matter to free black residents in the 1830s? So I think we're going to talk about those 3 questions in the next few minutes, but I want to address them from bottom to top. So let's first think about why neighborhoods might have mattered to the Alexandria's free black population in the 1830s. First, let's give some thought to the circumstances that black folks were up against at that time. Compared to the city's white citizens, a different set of laws applied to black citizens. Laws prevented their free movement from place to place, required that they register their status every 5 years, and rules impeded their ability to acquire an education, to assemble in groups, to worship together, or rise above poverty. So, of course, some free black residents did overcome the odds against them to own property, operate a business, receive an education, and establish financial security. Nevertheless, even well-off black residents exposed themselves to immense risks, and at any moment, they could either be snatched off the street and sold into slavery, or falsely accused of crimes, which could strip them of their freedom. In this kind of environment, black people's daily life was a balancing act, I believe, that involved avoiding potential pitfalls or drawing negative attention to themselves from white people, but not fading too far into the background so that they were viewed as strangers or as a threat to the white community. So the objective, in my eyes, is that for many of Alexandria's black citizens, The objective was to be visible without being seen. Now, given the virtual police state that free blacks in Alexandria faced in the 1830s, many may have gravitated to one another to mitigate the threats to their safety and security. That's where neighborhoods come in. By forming alliances with neighbors who were enduring the same experiences, allowed some free blacks to establish safe zones for themselves where they could at least temporarily reduce their exposure to systemic white oppression. By this perspective, this was not a process of ghettoization, but rather a means of self-segregation. And as mentioned, laws at the time forbid free blacks to assemble. But no law could prevent black people from living in close quarters together, in effect, a legal form of assembly. So the block depicted on the right is the central block of the Hayti neighborhood in 1835. Now realize that in 1800, the block had no free black residents. But gradually over time, free black families created a small enclave on this block. 3 adjacent free black households formed a small collective, which in turn attracted more black households down the street and on the next block and so on, until eventually the immediate area had transformed into a neighborhood. This process at Hayti literally involved black people filling urban spaces with their bodies, enough so that the space became a neighborhood, a black space. Meanwhile, white authorities continued to advance laws and rules for free black citizens expressly intended to generate a constant sense of vulnerability to white power and control. "We are watching you" is the message that can be gleaned from the town charter that specified that every 3 months, the city constables were to submit a list to the mayor of the names of every free black resident in the city and whether they had proof of freedom. While a neighborhood could not entirely insulate a free black resident from the constant threat of white power, momentary refuges allowed some at least temporary sanctuary from white surveillance. So how exactly do we define these neighborhoods? What constituted a concentration of free black residents? And is there a critical mass of free black people or households within a geographic area that must be met to classify as a neighborhood? You can see here that neighborhoods change over time. People come, people go, and the character of a neighborhood can and does change. However, while the peripheries of a neighborhood may be fuzzy and ever-changing, the core of a neighborhood usually stays put. You can also see here that there are different ways to map neighborhoods. The map on the left just places labels in the general area of a neighborhood with no boundaries, and that actually might be the solution to my problem. The map on the right is a heat map that shows the densest center of the neighborhood and radiates outwards. And sometimes you just put a big rectangle on the map and call it a day. So to map the free black neighborhoods in the 1830s, I decided to try to be a little scientific. First, I mapped the 277 free black households in 1831. Then I counted the number of households that splayed outward 1 block from each intersection. And I then drew neighborhood boundaries around intersections that opened into 5 or more households along the street face of an adjoining intersection. So I'll show you what this begins to look like here. Now, why did I choose 5? That's just my arbitrary choice. I could have chosen 4 or 6 or 10, but 5 households congregated around a single intersection felt about right to me. That's science, right? That's science, or it's soft science. And I think over time, the metric can be changed if we accept that this is a good thing to do with our neighborhoods, and we can begin to play with the numbers to get a better sense of concentrations of people. So here's what we get. At least here's what I got. The highest density intersection of free black households in 1831 stood in a neighborhood 4 at Wilk Street and South Alfred Street and formed the core of the Bottoms neighborhood. Secondarily, several intersections in a 2-block zone between South Fairfax and South Royal formed the core of neighborhood 1 at Haytide. Beyond those 2 highest density areas, the free black households in the other 3 neighborhoods were noticeably more dispersed, with no intersections opening onto more than 14 households. What this suggests to me is that in 1831, these areas were forming into neighborhoods, but they hadn't quite reached that critical mass yet. Now, eventually, neighborhood 2 and 5 would become the Burg and Uptown. In contrast, neighborhood 3 didn't seem to form its own entity. It seems to have been absorbed eventually into the Bottoms and Haytide. So what have we accomplished here? What's the point of all of this? Well, hopefully this method of identifying free black neighborhoods can be used for other points in time in Alexandria. And if we can begin to do that with other kind of benchmark years, we can start asking questions. At what point in time before 1830, for instance, did the first identifiable free black neighborhoods begin to emerge, and where? And how did these neighborhoods evolve over time into the 1840s and 50s and 60s? And how did they change after emancipation? So using this baseline, I'm hopeful that we can continue to carve out new understandings of the social complexity of our city. Thank you very much.
Like Garrett, I also prepared remarks so that I can come in at 10 minutes and not go on for 2 hours. So, this talk is on a different aspect of the facing the African-American community here in Alexandria in the antebellum, specifically the domestic slave trade. So, originally built in 1812 or 1813 as a 3-story brick residence of a local Alexandria merchant, 1315 Duke Street became the headquarters of one of the country's largest and most notorious slave trading firms. For 33 years, it was at the epicenter of the domestic slave trade here in Alexandria, as thousands of enslaved African Americans were then trafficked from this site to the slave markets of the Deep South. The city of Alexandria purchased this building, now with 4 stories, in March 2020, and it reopened in the spring of 2022 as a museum of the domestic slave trade. As it's generally understood by scholars, the domestic slave trade refers to the forced migration of up to 1 million enslaved African Americans between approximately 1808 and the end of the American Civil War. It was fueled by a confluence of large-scale demographic, economic, technological, and political trends taking place roughly at the same time, both in the Upper South and in the Lower South. Here in the Chesapeake, these included changes in demographics in the enslaved population that resulted in an increased survivability and a corresponding overall increase in the number of enslaved people in the region. And it occurred alongside a general switch from a labor-intensive tobacco monocrop cultivation to a less labor-intensive crops like corn or wheat. Together, enslavers and the people who profited from enslaved labor found themselves with the legal ownership of over more enslaved bodies than they could profitably use. In the Lower South, the United States was expanding into new areas, increasingly cleared of the indigenous people who were already living there. And those areas were well suited for growing the lucrative but extremely labor-intensive crops like sugar and especially cotton. Technological advances like the cotton gin and steam-powered riverboats removed bottlenecks for the production and transportation of these commodities. Furthermore, on January 1st, 1808, Congress imposed a ban on the American involvement in the international or the transatlantic slave trade. And as white Americans moved into these newly annexed regions of the country, they found these international sources of enslaved labor close to them. So while they would sometimes forcibly relocate their entire enslaved workforces with them to their new farms and plantations, they increasingly turned to a class of professional slave traders whose business it was to collect what they considered to be surplus enslaved African Americans here in the Upper South and traffic them to the Lower South where they are in demand and would be sold for a profit. The most common route enslaved people that were trafficked through the domestic slave trade was overland. Slave traders would chain together enslaved people together in long lines, sometimes hundreds of people long, called coffles, and they would be forced to march overland 1,000 miles or more from places like Alexandria to the slave markets of New Orleans, Natchez, and other American cities. The specific routes varied. It's a question we frequently get asked, but 19th century accounts suggest that coffles were a fairly ubiquitous sight on the American road system. The other route that was used more and more frequently as the business of the professional slave trade changed into the 1820s, but still representing overall a minority of the traffic, was the water or coastwise route, departing from places like along our waterfront here at the Port of Alexandria, out into the Chesapeake and the Atlantic, around Florida, into the Gulf of Mexico, and up into the Mississippi River. While fewer people overall were taken to the Deep South via this coastwise route compared to the overland one, it's important for us here in the present because it represents one of the best documented facets of the domestic slave trade. And this allows us to identify and follow those individuals who were trafficked along this route. Included in the text of the 1808 ban on the international slave trade was a requirement for ship captains who were transporting enslaved passengers from one American port to another to file a manifest listing the names, gender, age, height, and a racial classification of each enslaved person on board. The manifest would also include the name of the shipper, the slave trader or the enslaver, and the name of the person buying or receiving the shipment of human beings. At the top can also be found information about the ship itself and the captain. So after preparing a manifest, a slave trader would present the manifest to the U.S. customs official here in the Port of Alexandria, or the port of departure. And then that customs official would check that the enslaved people on board the ship matched the descriptions of the people listed on the manifest. Upon arrival in the port of arrival, the manifest would be checked again by the corresponding customs official in that port as each person disembarked from the ship, in an effort to verify that every individual on board getting off in an American port had boarded in an American port to make sure that this ban on the international slave trade was being followed. The National Archives has thousands of these ship manifests in their holdings, collected from southern ports like Mobile, Savannah, Charleston, Beaufort, and especially New Orleans. Together, these manifests record more than 100,000 enslaved people being trafficked from one part of the country to another via this coastwise or water route. We can pause here for a moment to appreciate the great historical irony that it's only because people like Franklin, Armfield, Kephart, Price, and Birch, it's only because they wanted to keep what they were doing mostly legal and sanctioned by the state that we researchers in the present, genealogists in the present, people trying to figure out their own family histories in the present, have access to these names at all. So some historians have long recognized the importance of these manifests for documenting this overlooked part of American history. Most recently, and perhaps most notably, Dr. Jenny Williams, a researcher at the University of Virginia, has transcribed the coastwise manifests for the Port of New Orleans, a data set that encompasses approximately 4,000 manifests and 78,481 names of enslaved people. Her work's available online through the Oceans of Kinfolk database at slavevoyages.org. I suggest you check it out. Her dissertation and hopefully future book on the coastwise trade represents a major contribution for our understanding of this important data set that's otherwise locked up and difficult to read, difficult to access pieces of paper. We in Alexandria have identified more than 100 manifests linked specifically to the businesses at 1315 Duke Street, or for ships leaving from Alexandria and or the District of Columbia, depending on which part in time you're looking at, for the slave markets of the Deep South. On those pages are recorded the names of more than 6,000 people trafficked to those ports, most often New Orleans, but also Mobile and Savannah, with many more being trafficked out of Richmond, Baltimore, and Norfolk by business partners stationed in those ports. Alongside these manifests, there's a second archival collection that we're turning our attention to now as a field that is probably just as important for documenting the domestic slave trade, and those are the New Orleans Notary Archives, notarial archives, a holdover of Louisiana's colonial past that relied on French civil law and not English common law, property transactions, including those involving the transfer, buying, or selling of enslaved people as a kind of property, were recorded and archived by individual notaries public. Being that New Orleans, the largest slave market in the Deep South, is in Louisiana and used the system, the pages of their notary archives are full of the sale of enslaved people. Just like the manifests, in addition to the names, these record additional information that are useful for historians, researchers, genealogists, descendants, about the people being bought or sold, including age, gender, racial classifications, and information about the transaction, like who was the seller, who was the buyer, where did each of them live, and how much was paid. These documents provide us an important link between the slave markets of New Orleans and the sites of enslavement these people were forced to reside. On their own, these records are extremely important collection for understanding the domestic slave trade. But when coupled with the coastwise manifests, we have the ability to track individual people from their homes and families here in the Chesapeake through the domestic slave trade to New Orleans and out onto the sugar and cotton plantations of the Deep South, where they were enslaved. With the coastwise ship manifests digitized and transcribed, the next step is to do the same for the notary archives in New Orleans. In a growing number of instances, descendants and researchers have successfully used these two sources to follow enslaved individuals from the slave pens of Alexandria and our city's wharves and waterfront to the slave markets of New Orleans and then the sugar and cotton plantations of the Deep South. The contents of these two collections are far from complete and only document a fraction of the domestic slave trade, but digitizing, transcribing, and linking the coastwise ship manifests and the New Orleans Notarial Archives represents one of our best opportunities for piecing together the fragments of the domestic slave trade. And these official documents help remind us that the domestic slave trade was not just the product of a few unscrupulous slave traders, but rather was endorsed by the government of our representative democracy at the highest levels and fueled the enslaved labor-based economy of antebellum America. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon. How's everybody doing? We're going to switch gears a little bit here. So far today, we've learned a great deal about our waterfront, how it was constructed, and who lived, worked, and passed through it in the past. A lot of this research is prompted by recent large-scale development, combined with the Archaeological Protection Code that allows city archaeologists, like the three of us up here and Eleanor, to review development projects and mitigate their impact on historic resources. This unique set of circumstances has led to the discovery and study of significant maritime sites along the Potomac River shore. For this presentation, we'll focus on 4 historic ships and explore what exactly a city does when it finds itself in possession of over 1,000 waterlogged pieces of wood that need to be preserved. So if you're not familiar with the ships, there's 4 of them that were found within 2 city blocks. In early 2016, Thunderbird Archaeology, a division of Wetland Studies and Solutions, uncovered the remains of a historic ship remnant at the Hotel Indigo site. This amazing find has captured the imagination of the community and the media. A little over 2 years later, Thunderbird confirmed the presence of not 1, not 2, but 3 more historic ships, 1 block south at the Robinson Landing site. Again, there was a flurry of interest, and a public ship viewing in April 2018 drew over 3,000 people. Excavating wooden ships, some buried more than 15 feet below the present ground surface, on an active construction site is not a straightforward task. We relied heavily on the expertise of Nicole Daub from the Maryland Archaeological Conservation Lab to guide our work. The team dismantled the ships piece by piece, carefully documenting and excavating the fragmentary remains. The excavation process required robust physical labor, creative problem-solving skills, and plenty of heavy lifting equipment. One common misconception is that these vessels were shipwrecks. They weren't. Archaeologists found them terrestrially as part of landfill, as Dr. Schreiber mentioned earlier. Early Alexandrians extended their waterfront lots to reach deeper water, making new land using soil, timber wharves, and occasionally derelict ships, in a process that's locally called banking out. These ships literally and figuratively created Alexandria's waterfront once they were at the end of their useful life as sailing vessels. After excavation, archaeologists and other experts additionally studied the ships using specialized analysis, 3D laser scanning to create virtual and physical models, and historical research to better understand what kinds of cargoes they may have carried, where they may have been built, and when they were retired and buried. Excavating the ships was only the first step in a much larger preservation project. Based on the Mac Lab's advice, immediately after excavation, we placed the waterlogged timbers in wet storage. Wet wood needs to remain wet or it will deform and crack. While in storage, city archaeologists monitored the condition of the timbers and changed the water roughly once a month to keep biological growth at bay. Garrett and I became masters at using a fire hydrant and fire hoses to achieve this. Eventually, with the input of residents, other stakeholders, and experts, the city decided to conserve the Hotel Indigo ship remains. So that is the first ship that was found. In June of 2017, a team of archaeologists and dedicated volunteers worked long days to prepare the timbers for shipment to Texas A&M University's Conservation Research Lab, known as the CRL. Conservation treatment involves physically and chemically removing iron and iron sulfides from the timbers. This is a really important step and one that can take a really long time. Next, the timbers are soaked in polyethylene glycol, which essentially replaces the water inside the wood, stabilizing the wood. Finally, conservators freeze-dry the timbers to remove any remaining water. So that big round door up there is actually the door to one of the largest freeze dryers in the world. Archaeological freeze dryers in the world at the CRL. They are very proud of it down in Texas because everything is bigger in Texas. And once conserved, the Hotel Indigo site ship will eventually return to Alexandria for interpretation and exhibition, and we are very excited about it. The 3 other ships discovered at the Robinson Landing site embarked on a different preservation journey because full conservation was not feasible. Storing over 1,000 ship timbers in above-ground swimming pools at a shared city facility was a really creative but very short-term solution. Almost as soon as the 3 ships were found, a team of city archaeologists and Department of Project Implementation staff, DPI, nautical archaeologists, conservators, the Alexandria Archaeological Commission, and other residents and stakeholders began considering alternative preservation options. Developing a feasible and appropriate preservation solution for the Robinson Landing site ships was a multi-pronged process that involved carefully assessing risks, opportunities, public sentiment, and financial constraints. We did a whole survey of residents, and we actually got this very nice statement from a resident, unprompted by us, about the ships. Ultimately, the project team recommended ponding most of the Robinson Landing site ship timbers in Ben Brenman Pond. This medium-term, so 20 to 25-year curation solution allows us to preserve the artifacts while reducing the amount of staff time needed to care for these important pieces of history, and keeps the possibility of future study and conservation open to us. Submerging the timbers was a complex operation that required coordinating several teams working in tandem. In May of 2022, city staff worked with the Mac Lab, AECOM archaeologists and divers. AECOM is a contract archaeology multinational engineering firm, to submerge 1,185 timbers at a depth of approximately 7 feet below the surface of Ben Brenman Pond. Divers first positioned geogrid, so plastic geogrid, onto the pond bottom, secured it down using cinder blocks as anchors, and recorded the coordinates of each corner of the grid so that hopefully in 20 years we can find them again. AECOM and city archaeologists then removed the ship timbers from their storage pools, wrapped them in a geotextile fabric, secured the ends of those with zip ties, and attached custom printed plastic identification tags to both the interior and exterior of the bundle. We then used a forklift to load the bundles onto a trailer for transportation, and they went up Duke Street to the pond. At the pond, another forklift operator, working with divers, conservators, and archaeologists, moved the timbers from the trailer to a floating platform that helped stage the artifacts and support their submersion. The dive team then moved and anchored the platform into position and lowered the timbers into place, attaching the bundles to the grid with heavy-duty zip ties. So you're not going to see timbers, hopefully, floating around in Ben Brenman Pond. They should be securely attached to the geogrid on the bottom. At the pond, they also recorded the approximate position of each timber on a map, and tracking software actually established a chain of custody as the bundle moved from the storage facility to the staging area at the pond. City archaeologists, we selected a few diagnostic pieces of each ship for conservation, and we actually transferred these artifacts to the MAC lab in November of 2022. So they are in for a number of years of conservation work, and then those will also come back to the city, hopefully, for interpretation and exhibition. Additionally, the city installed 3 interpretive panels around Ben Brenman Pond, explaining how the ship remnants found their way from the waterfront to the West End. Panels focus on the discovery and excavation of the ships, how they were documented and researched, and how the actual ponding process occurred. These interpretive elements help bring archaeology to new audiences outside of our museum and Old Town. The ship timbers may be submerged, but they're not out of sight, out of mind. The project scope included provisions for regularly monitoring the submerged artifacts and the resources needed to make any necessary changes to the storage location should they be necessary. On June 8th of this year, AECOM archaeologists and divers, a conservator from the MAC lab, and city archaeologists conducted the first inspection of the timbers. Overall, the curation solution appears to be working as intended. The geogrid and anchors haven't shifted in the last year, and the submerged timbers are well wrapped and attached to the geogrid. So, score for us. Nothing has started floating around. A protective layer of silt has accumulated, which mimics the original burial conditions, minimizing biological growth by creating an anaerobic environment. The team raised 15 of these timbers to the surface for a more thorough condition assessment. All of these appeared to be in very good shape, the wood having maintained its physical integrity while submerged. Our next monitoring dive is scheduled for about 5 years from now in the spring of 2028, and then from then on every 5 years. We're committed to this continued preservation of the timbers, and staff will reassess the success and feasibility of this innovative storage solution in 20 to 25 years. Additionally, in mid-September, the state underwater archaeologist conducted a side-scan sonar survey of Ben Brenman Pond. In a few hours, he kayaked back and forth over the area where the timbers were submerged, gathering data to produce a map of the pond bottom. And this can be used in the future to determine if anything has shifted below the surface. So it gives us a really good picture of what is actually happening below the surface, because Ben Brenman Pond is pretty silty, and the divers reported that as soon as they moved a muscle, it was zero visibility under there. So this is doing what human eyes can't do. So the discovery and preservation of 4 historic ships along our city's waterfront has taught us a great deal so far. Some of this knowledge was expected. We learned more about the city's maritime heritage and 18th century shipbuilding. Other lessons were more unexpected. What happens when waterlogged wood isn't so waterlogged, or you have the difficult choice of picking just 30 timbers to conserve from over 1,000. If you're interested in learning more about the ship's journeys, a new report designed to summarize and contextualize our efforts to document, preserve, and interpret the 4 ships will be available online next week. It includes a really thorough bibliography if you're interested in 18th century shipbuilding or anything maritime. There's a very in-depth bibliography in it too. The 4 historic ships were incredibly significant and interesting historic resources, but they're only the tip of the iceberg of what we can learn about Alexandria's maritime heritage from the Hotel Indigo and Robinson Landing sites. For example, Jessica Go's 2022 master's thesis used the ceramic artifacts found in one barrel privy from the Hotel Indigo site to refine the date of use for the feature and learn more about the household that may have used these objects in the past. Additionally, Dr. Ryan Kennedy, a researcher at the University of Indiana, is currently studying turtle bones from sites around Alexandria, including the Hotel Indigo site, to better understand what kind of species were used in the past, identify where they may have been harvested, and trace patterns of turtle husbandry and trade. These two research projects show the incredible potential of these sites to tell us more about the lives of past Alexandrians and barely scrape the surface of what we can learn from these waterfront sites. This project really was only possible due to the immense efforts of so many different people. So these are just a selection of some of those folks. But yeah, thank you.
Tatiana mentioned some new skills that have been learned with water meters and hydrants. I think it's also important to point out that Ben is now a very skillful forklift driver. Yes. Yeah, we'll work on that. So we're going to take a couple questions from everybody. Thanks, Peter. Yay. Okay. Oh, go ahead.
Yes, and I think that will be the plan for having a big program to initiate the tours or to debut the tours, to do it one where we can all do it together and ask questions and see the sites and talk about what got left on the cutting room floor. Well, I didn't get that far thinking about doing something regularly scheduled, but that's something possible when we see like what is the interest, engage from there. One of the things that I found most interesting was the Colored Builders Association and how they organized to ensure that African Americans following the Civil War would have somewhere to call home. So they would be able to put roots down in the city. So that organized effort at developing homes.
Yeah, I would also add that yes, it may be another piece that makes the neighborhoods something, kind of more fixed is the other things that came aboard along with more households. And it's kind of a chicken and the egg issue right now, whether did households gravitate to certain areas first and then other civic organizations, churches and so forth come aboard, or was it the other way around? Churches were established and other organizations that then people's households gravitated towards that. So yes, to at least address your question, that's a huge piece in trying to kind of see who is knitted together in a neighborhood. And then of course the overall kind of issue that kind of is floating around out there, I think, or at least for me, is that being a member of a neighborhood is kind of something that each individual sort of decides for themselves, right? Whether where I grew up and who my neighbors were becomes, it becomes each individual's perspective of where they place themselves in that community. And so in some ways, I've always felt like, well, maybe the map that just showed neighborhoods located in a particular zone or area, instead of trying to draw a boundary around it, is probably the most honest way to do neighborhoods. But I should say that from my perspective as an archaeologist who is grounded in, like, to find the archaeology sites or to work on archaeology sites, it's actually a place in the ground, in space. And so I think that kind of thinking about where is this place, this site fixed in space, has kind of made me think more about fixed boundaries, maybe more than I need to. But I think it was, for so far, it's been a really interesting process, sort of trying to think about spaces and how people, thought about them as they inhabited them. So.
When EYA was
I think it's always a surprise when you first come across a ship, but I think it was always anticipated that there might be, right? Especially because the Robinson Landing development came after the Hotel Indigo, where the first ship was found, and it's only 1 block south, and it's on made land. So I think we knew from the historic record that there was a chance. But again, you know, when you come across a wooden mass, and then for a couple of them, it was like, oh, it might be disarticulated ship parts. And then they dig further and you say, no, that's actually connected. It's a whole ship. I think the sheer scale of ship number 3 was perhaps not 100% anticipated. That ship, we recovered a little over 80 feet of it, but it actually continues under Wolf Street. We couldn't, because of the extent of excavation for the project, sort of bisected the ship. So some of that ship is still preserved underground, probably 20 feet below the present day ground surface. But yeah.
I can add that when we were doing the Hotel Indigo site, 220 South Union Street, the first ship, as we were going down, you know, the 20th century warehouse came off, that cement slab came off. We found a fertilizer factory and 19th century residences, and then we got down into the 18th century. We found John Carlyle's 1755 warehouse that Abby was telling us about earlier. And then I remember as we were taking apart that warehouse, we kept like joking. There was like one spot on the site that we hadn't finished, and we kept joking, like, wouldn't it be funny if there was a ship under there? And so when they found a ship, we were like, well, we cursed ourselves. We did this.
I want to mention that the motivation for Abby's project is because we found these ships. And so as the city moves forward with future excavations, that's essentially the basis for Abby's project, is to do the research and the title so that we can predict what is going to come or what potentially could be there for future excavations. Mm-hmm.
Late 18th century merchant ships. I mean, it's a fairly broad and vague category. You know, when you get into the technology of them, they're all kind of built the same way, keel and the frames and the hull planking. But when you start staring at them, they all have their idiosyncrasies and their differences. There's not like a manual for how to build an 18th century ship. It's this vernacular building tradition that the people like Thomas Fleming learned from a shipwright, being apprenticed to him, and so on and so forth, back to when they started building ships. And so each one's just a little bit different, and some of those differences are probably attributable to that's just the way the guy does it, but others are probably more indicative of what the ship is used for, where it goes. You know, some of them are very small, and you're probably not sailing to England or India in ships like that, where like those big ones will make those voyages without a problem. You know, there's one that doesn't have like planking on the floor on the inside. The frames are spaced very, very close together, and it seems more like a heavy bulk kind of cargo, timber, rocks, stuff like that, as opposed to There was one like mid 18th century like chamber pot or something underneath the keel to ship 3, but they were empty. And the ships were processed, chopped up, flattened, and turned into like pre-made bulkheads.
Mm-hmm.
I think to some degree you could. I mean, to kind of answer your first question, where were the white neighborhoods? The city is controlled by whites. Whites could live anywhere they wanted to. I think the black neighborhoods that began to form, for a variety of factors, but in general, looking at the land books, for instance, in the 1830s. The wealth factors, black people owned significantly property that was valued less. So I think black families really struggled with being able to, owning a house was a pretty big deal for many Black families. And I think there were definitely some families that were able to put it all together and to rise above and become, I guess, what you would say middle class. I mean, although that wasn't, I don't think, a term that was used back then, but to own multiple properties, to run successful businesses. A lot of the businesses that some of the Black men ran were in the building trades. And so those became an important way, not only for individuals to begin to, gain capital and be able to pass their wealth along to the next generation, but it also provided a place where young men could begin to apprentice and become carpenters and become bricklayers and so on and so forth. So I think in my eyes, the Black neighborhoods are, like we were talking about a moment ago, sort of, it's in the eye of the beholder to some degree. I think if you asked each individual in 1830, where is the Bottoms neighborhood or where is Hayti, you would probably get a lot of different answers. I was just trying to kind of go through I was trying to put myself in other people's shoes and trying to think through what benefits could Black people gain from being able to live in close quarters with one another. And that, and kind of the idea in my mind would be that there were safer spaces around the city that you could at least have one of the researchers that I have always fallen back on is a guy named Dale Upton. He's an architectural historian, but he wrote an important article many years ago and used the term that enslaved people back then would find the holes in the net. In other words, many enslaved people were looking for those places where they could get away from constant surveillance or from constant oversight. And so they looked for holes in the net. And I've always felt like in some of my research for neighborhoods that the groupings that people were able to make maybe didn't create a hole in the net, but they created a zone in that net that they could be a little bit better at being themselves and to not be living in constant fear or so there's a lot of issues that are kind of roiling through my research, and I'm still just beginning. So come back in a couple of years and maybe I'll have more to say. Yeah, that's a really good question. I'm not sure if you would necessarily be able to tell the difference visually, but there are definitely trends that are sort of continue throughout the growth of Alexandria. And one that we still see today is that marginalized peoples are often placed in marginalized spaces. So if it was an industrial section of the city, that's where marginalized people gravitated to. And so I think there are all kinds of boundaries that we walk about when we walk about Alexandria or anywhere that we implicitly know. Like, this is a bad part of town. This is a good part of town. This is this is King Street. This is the retail part of town. And so, and those lines are always changing. But in general, you're right. I think we see Black people being placed into those areas that were not desirable enough for the white people to want to live there. And so there is a lot of that going on. And we still see that today in where, for example, public housing is placed. Usually public housing has been placed in those same marginalized areas over the year. And so it's a trend that's based on race and class that we see all the time.
Well, welcome back, everybody. Again, I'm John Taylor Chapman, one of the council members here, and it is my duty now to moderate this particular group of panel. And so I want to first start off by introducing some of the current members of the African American Heritage Trail Committee. Not with us today, but we will have a portion where she gives a little statement, is Susan Cohen, who's an artist in a studio in the Torpedo Art Center. Susie couldn't be with us today, but has provided her perspective on the intersection of art and history in advance. Gwen Day Fuller, retired educator and active member of many community boards and commissions here in the city. Krystyn Moon, who is the chair of the committee and is joining us, as you can see, virtually from the University of Mary Washington, where she serves as a professor of history and American studies. MacArthur Myers, Alexandria living legend and dedicated advocate for the city's African American history. Ted Pulliam, who is a current member of the Alexandria Archaeological Commission, a history author, including his most recent book, True Tales of Old Alexandria. Is that right? And then Ben, I don't want to mess up your last name. Skolnik. I was going to say something else. I'm sorry. Skolnik is an archaeologist with the Office of Historic Alexandria and instrumental in the creation of the Trails Story Map publication. All right. We also have members here in the audience as well from the committee, Eleanor Breen and Blake Wilson. I know I saw Blake earlier. They're also on the committee. And then I'm going to introduce Audrey Davis, who is the city's new Director of African American History Division within the Office of Historic Alexandria. And Audrey, I'll turn it over to you to provide a brief introduction to the African American Heritage Trail and how it fits within our current African American history initiatives. Audrey?
Good afternoon, everyone. This has been a wonderful forum. It's a great way to get started back up again. So we've been very pleased with, we had such wonderful questions and the attendance. So thank you all for supporting us. The goal of the African American Waterfront Heritage Trail is to highlight the contributions of Black Alexandrians, free and enslaved, to the history of our waterfront. Our trail committee, who are with us today, are pleased to share their insights on the now 2 trails that span over just 3 miles, linking Old Town North and Jones Point Park. The North Trail was launched in 2021, and the South Trail was launched in 2022. The project is guided by the principles of the Waterfront Small Area Plan to infuse Alexandria's ever-changing waterfront with its significant history. It is also the goal of the Office of Historic Alexandria and the new Division of African American History to ensure African American history is woven into the fabric of Alexandria's story and reflects not only the inhumanity of slavery, the terror of lynching, but also Black achievement and Black change agents that made the city great. The history shared on the northern and southern routes elevates and makes space for African American experiences while recognizing that Black history is often omitted from the historical record. We hope in Alexandria you can see the changes that reflect our commitment to equity, dignity, and truth-telling. The project is truly a community history initiative, partnering with residents with a variety of talents, which you'll see in just a moment, and expertise, and partnering them with city staff. And therefore, in that way, we are honoring the experiences of African Americans. I also wanted to mention and to give thanks to, and I don't know if she's here, Emma Richardson, because if you notice downstairs, after the lunch break, we put out our new African American Heritage Trail brochure, and you are the recipients of the first edition of this lovely brochure. And Emma has been wonderful with working with our team, as Gretchen was saying earlier, designing our logo for the forum, and it's just been terrific. So I wanted to thank her, give her a shout out for this wonderful brochure. Please take one home, take multiple copies home with you, share them with your friends. So we're very, very proud about that. And we look forward to seeing you next year at our forum. And I believe we are thinking about the topic of civil rights for that forum in 2024. So we look forward to seeing you here again. Thank you.
Thank you, Audrey. And now we'll turn to our African American Heritage Trail panel for a few questions and some discussion about this important and unique community history project. MacArthur, let's start with you. Why is African American history important to Alexandrians, and how did this initiative come about?
Well, why is it important to me? And I know on time schedule there was a gentleman before me said he can talk. I don't know. We both can get a run for the money. It says that from the beginning, there's always living and dying. Epitomized on everybody's tombstone, you see a beginning date and an ending date. But I look at it, what's the line mean? And within that line, it's the story. So for Alexandria, for me, is that what is the line? What is the story? I mean, we could go back to 1619 or 1607 when Captain John Smith came up the Potomac. We can go to the beginning of slavery. Well, I won't go there just yet. But we talk about 1607, and we have towns, I mean, a little section called Belhaven that was developed after that. You had a little section called Barbados. No, not the Caribbean. Barbados along the Potomac River. Today we call it was called Mason Island. Today we call it Roosevelt Island. And the concept of Barbados, that's where they held black folks before they brought them into the city proper. So as I look around throughout the United States, I saw people's story. You can see it. I come back home to Alexandria, I'm like, I know these stories, but see us too. And I want to thank Gail Rostock for what she was on the commission. I was on a 2-term commission for the Alexandria Resources. There was a book on a small strategic planning for the waterfront, probably about 250 pages, probably around about 162. I saw this African American Heritage Trail. So I asked the committee, I said, is this project still viable, or is it still in action, or is it still concept that's going to happen? A lot of people didn't know the answer, didn't have an answer. They said, oh, it's been revitalized. I said, yeah, 213, 215. Now here we are, 216. The question is this going to happen? So strategic planning staff advisor over there, Al Cox, he was intrigued too. So I'm saying that to say that these individuals were there from the origin, then to the day, actuality. So when I look at Alexandria, on every corner, there's a story. Every corner, there's a story. That's just the way I see it, and because I know the city and I know the story. So real quickly, right in that corner over there, the co-chair, Andy McCall, said, Matt, I'm going to form this committee for the African American Heritage Trail. Will you be on it? I said, you late. I'm there already. So that, my energy comes from people like Carlton Fund or my segregated school teachers that walked us along Alexandria and they told us stories. We knew the stories about the lynching, but we didn't know exactly where or why. We knew about the canal. Somebody asked a question about businesses and so forth and so on. When we get to the question and answer, if you can remember that, bring that question back to me, because I have an idea on that. Anyway, the trail, collectively with the city, and I traveled this state. Alexandria, we are fortunate to have a city that's willing to look at its past, that's willing to look at its history, willing to say we can go to the future. You know, people get stuck in the Civil War. I look at Alexandria as pre-Revolutionary War. You know, I look at the timeline, pre-Revolutionary War. And I love when people say, I'm from Philadelphia, I'm from Boston. I said, well, I'm from Alexandria. You know, we had Universal Rights of Man by George Mason. We had, you know, under the Articles of Confederation, you know, so what make you so special?
So Mac, I want to go ahead and get to the next person, all right? And I'll come back.
Like I said, I can talk.
As Mac mentioned, we are going to have question and answer. And so we'll go right through that and have an opportunity for that. But Gwen, I want to come to you next because I'm curious, what brought you to this specific effort?
You know, my first question is, how could I not be involved in this effort? I was born and raised in Alexandria, Virginia. I was born actually at Freedman's Hospital in Washington, D.C., because the time I was born, not many, if any, African-American doctors had privileges at the hospital. So if you talk to many African-Americans in my age bracket, many of them will tell you they were born at Freedman's Hospital, affiliated with Howard University in Washington, D.C. I'm going to break the ice a little bit and also give myself a chance to do what I love, and that's to write poetry. And I hope what I read right now relates to you, and then I'll move into more about why I'm on the committee. Life woke me up this morning, eyes pleading to remain closed. Thoughts of the pending day paced through my head with the speed of light. Limbs long to remain covered and motionless, but life, blessed life, woke me up this morning. Melodic sounds encapsulated my soul. Low tones, smooth chords, silent symphonies played their happy rhapsodies deep within. And you know what? No one heard them but me. When life, blessed life, woke me up this morning. And I think in this day and age, we need to really grab hold of life and to tell all of our stories. My story began in Africa, in the African kingdoms. And one of the main things I wanted to do when I taught in Massachusetts was to make sure that every child, particularly those of color, knew that they had a great heritage and that they came from a long line of kingdoms before they ever learned about slavery. And even when we got to the point of slavery, I wanted them to know that they didn't have to put their eyes down the way I did when I was in school, when that was mentioned, that it was something to be, in some ways, to understand that it proved how strong we were, and that it told our stories of survival. And I guess for me, I've always had a close affinity to Alexandria, even though I moved away during the 60s to get married and raise a family in the New England area. I taught in the Newton Public Schools, and from that moment, from the time I left Howard University's doorstep, I wanted to make sure that the phrase, each one, teach one, stayed alive. And that's what I've been trying to do all my life. So as I said, there was no question as to whether or not I wanted to be on this committee. It was, where do I go? Where do I sign up?
All right.
And then I want to go to something that I wrote 6 years after returning to Alexandria. My mother had a massive stroke, and I had to leave New England to come home. And after being here about 6 years, I wrote something, and someone said, you know, Gwen, you should get that published in the Gazette or somewhere. And I wrote, and I think it'll tell you a little bit more, too, about why I wanted to be on this committee, and that really is my question and the part that I'm supposed to be answering today. I won't read it all, but I'll read the beginning. After living in the Boston area for many years, I returned to Alexandria about 6 years ago. Actually, it's been much longer than that now. Having an opportunity to witness the tremendous growth of the city has been a phenomenal experience. I have walked down streets I frequented as a child of color with a sense of nostalgia that is sometimes overwhelming. I can still hear some of the old voices of my youth speaking as I pass homes that are so familiar and yet so foreign. I still remember some of the catchy phrases and rhymes my father sang as we walked to the Hill. And that's another section that did we mention the Hill as a neighborhood? We walked from Uptown, which is where we lived, in a little apartment, 2 bedrooms on North Alfred Street. We walked from Uptown, we walked to the Hill to visit relatives and friends. I can still hear the sights as we walked along to get to the South Side, which is also what this area is called, parts of this area, the South Side. I look back upon my youth in Alexandria with pride, even though we went through some very difficult times, understanding the many gifts that I received as a resident. Our first home was a 2-bedroom apartment in the 300 block of North Alpha Street, and it was in that insular neighborhood that I first learned what it meant to be a good neighbor and an understanding friend. As a child, we had many of the vital conveniences that we needed within walking distance. Convenience stores and shops, Miss Blue's drugstore, Miss Brace's florist, the Dr. Ledre's office. I could go on and on. I'll stop there. But I just wanted to give you a sense of what Alexandria has meant to me, what Alexandria has meant to my family. And I think I better stop.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much. So next we're going to turn to Ben. And Ben, as the developer of the story map, can you tell us your perspective on how technology brings community history to light in new and different ways?
Yes. So if you haven't already, I strongly encourage you to go and pull up the website that's on the brochure. Google African American Heritage Trail Alexandria. Go to the link that pops up and just spend some time clicking through and getting a sense of what it is that we've pulled together. And so working for the Office of Historic Alexandria, one of the things that I frequently think about is how can we tell history not in this building, not in the torpedo factory, not in Audrey's museum down the street, but how can we convey that history happens everywhere, that these stories are everywhere? And in order to tell those stories, we don't have a desk or a booth manned at every street corner. We just don't have the staff or the time to do that. And so, we have to get creative and think about alternative ways to telling these histories. One product that's come out of this project are new interpretive tabletop markers that tell some of these stops, some of the stories that we tell that have installed up and down the waterfront. But the other is this online technological version. And so I think it exists in sort of two compatible forms. One is sort of a longer form, more traditional paragraph history told on the website. The other is the story map, which is, maybe it's important here to note, a very free resource that sort of couples lines of text and images and maybe in one or two cases audio or visual video, but also with these walking directions, tour directions. And it allows somebody to just pull it up on their phone, start at the head of King Street and either walk north or walk south along the waterfront, and just scroll through as the phone tells you where to go and what the next stop is, what you're looking for when you get there. And then when you get there, there's a story to learn about the place that you're standing. And so as an archaeologist, I'm always going to different parts of the city and I'm thinking in terms of space and of places. And so having, again, free, doesn't cost the city anything, way to do this and to tell these stories that are grounded in space is something that we hadn't been able to do like this before.
Thank you. As Ben mentioned, he did mention those tabletop kind of places where you can see that information. How many folks have seen those around the city popping up? Because we have definitely, the office has definitely put a lot more out, particularly around the city and definitely on the waterfront. So take advantage of those when you see them and read them and check them out. Some amazing stories and amazing history contained there. Sure.
I didn't finish up. Okay. Sorry, I don't like that. I just wanted to end by saying that the experience of being on this committee has been phenomenal. The leadership of this committee has been phenomenal. We have become basically, I think, a little family. And the thing that is so uplifting is the fact that most of the time when you're on a committee, it finishes and people go, whoop, that's over, move on to the next. And that has not been the case here at all. If anything, we are still planning to stay together after 3 years to continue what we started and to continue looking at Alexandria history. So I just wanted to end with that.
Thank you.
on a happier note.
I do want to bring in Susie's unique perspective. As I mentioned, Susie Cohen is an artist at the Torpedo Factory Arts Center. And even though she couldn't be here with us today, she did provide some quick remarks and kind of the answer to that question, why am I a part of this? So why am I working on this trail? And I'll read this. This is her perspective here. Why am I working on this trail since I am neither a historian nor an archaeologist? Rather, I'm a professional potter. In 2008, I was the chair of the subcommittee of the Public Art Committee. We drafted the first iteration of the art walk along the river. Several versions later, this walk became the art plan, which, with the history plan, was adopted by City Council in 2012 as part of the Waterfront Small Area Plan. Art and History then collaborated to merge the two plans into one, the Art and History Waterfront Implementation Plan. While we were doing this, we realized that there were several stories waiting to be researched and told, and that they would be excellent subjects for walking tours. One such subject was the role that African Americans, both free and enslaved, played in the city's history. We believe the significance of their many roles is a story that should be told and that merits retelling. Art enhances these stories. The trails that we are working on include photographs that add both visual and human connections to text. In the same way, old shards of pottery provide an opportunity to learn about earlier life in Alexandria. Art can add beauty to life. It can add focus on important things, important ideas. It can start conversations. It can represent, without words, human emotions. It can honor moments and people in history and can tell a story. It can unite people for common causes. It can inspire, and it can heal. It can bring forth great joy and tears. It can be a way of honoring a culture and of passing it down to future generations. Art and history make lifelong partners. I've enjoyed working with this group on these projects and have learned a great deal. I am happy to have played a small part in what will make the waterfront a site of meaning and enjoyment for everyone in our city. Susie Cohen. All right, turning next to Ted. As someone with a vast knowledge of Alexandria history, what is your favorite stop on the trail and why?
Well, I'm not sure I have a vast knowledge as I sit here between two people who have a great deal more research experience and personal living experience here in Alexandria than I do. But at any rate, there are 30 stops on the African American History Tour trail. And my favorite one is one that is located at Waterfront Park. And this is a place where a ship's captain named George Henry frequently docked his ship, named the Eleanor Llewellyn, the Llewellyn. And he was sailing this ship for a woman, an Alexandrian named Sally Griffith. Now, what's unusual about this arrangement, this was the late 1830s, early 1840s, right before the Civil War. And the ship captain, George Henry, was enslaved African American. And he had a great deal of freedom as a ship captain based on his particular abilities and his particular occupation. He started out as a ship hand aboard the Llewellyn, and then went under a white ship's captain. And then when the captain retired, Sally Griffith, who was white, made him the captain. And he commanded a crew of 5, and they sailed in different ports throughout anyway, they went to different places like Alexandria, of course, and Annapolis and Baltimore. And they would haul the sort of timber, wood, agricultural products like grain. And as George Henry wrote later, he wrote a book about his experience in 1894. We were making money for Sally Griffith, like pulling, as though we were shaking a tree and it was coming right down. In other words, they were making a lot of money for her. But still, he was very much conscious that he was an enslaved individual. And one of the things that made him conscious of this was that one day he was docked on the wharf here in Alexandria. And on one side of the wharf was him unloading timber. On the other side of the wharf was a ship owned by the Franklin and Armfield slave dealers that you've heard about. And they were loading African-American slaves to be taken down to New Orleans and to be sold. So that must have been an unusual experience, certainly for George Henry. Now, I guess the question maybe you might have is, why didn't he just sail his ship off to someplace to freedom? And he gave an answer to that when he wrote his memoirs in this book in 1894. He said he really wanted to prove that he was just as good as any white man. He was just as capable in handling a ship and just as responsible with the money that he received for the goods that he sold. But this, after a while, this got kind of old. And he had one experience when he was handing money that he had made to Sally Griffith. And he was in a little bit of a hurry, and apparently he did not offer her the type of respect that she expected. And so she kind of berated him very strongly and even knocked off his hat. And that was enough for George Henry. The next trip he made, was to Baltimore, and he docked his ship, and he just left it there, took only what belonged to him, his clothing and so on, and made his way gradually by train and other way to Philadelphia. He didn't go and collect the money that he would have made from his trip and pocket that. He just took what was his own and made his way to freedom. And he didn't have a very easy time when he got to Philadelphia either. But this is only one of the 30 stops and only one of the stories that are told about African-American men and women along the waterfront through this trail. And so I hope you all get online as has been indicated and take a look at it and certainly walk the trail. And I think you would discover very many interesting things.
Thank you, Ted. I'm glad Ted mentioned that particular story. That is one of the more unique ones that we have. And it's a reminder that here in Alexandria, we have such a nuanced history. I think, generally speaking, people will put history into certain boxes and people into certain boxes. But if you look at what the Office of Historic Alexandria has been able to uncover about our history, we have some true nuances within our history, whether free or enslaved. And I think it definitely does us right to research that and learn about it and understand the nuances of early Alexandria. So finally, I want to turn to our virtual Dr. Krystyn Moon and hear from her. So Dr. Moon, what challenges do you feel are involved in community history, and what are the rewards?
So first of all, thank you so much for everybody for coming, and thank you for allowing me to participate via Zoom. As the committee knows, I teach in Fredericksburg on Fridays, and so I literally walked out of class to participate in this. There are a lot of challenges doing community history. There's particular unique challenges in terms of African American history. One of the biggest issues that I think we had is related to the methodology of researching our subject. And we tried to cover multiple centuries on these trails, which required tapping into different types of resources. And particularly as we moved back in time, those resources became scarcer and scarcer, but also the types of techniques we had to use in order to read those documents started to shift. Because, quite frankly, we didn't necessarily have George Henry in 1800 to talk to us about his experiences, right? So we are often reading documents by enslavers, by merchants, in newspapers, etc., and trying to access people's everyday lives. And that's always a really hard thing to do, but it's actually a really critical one, whether we're doing social history writ large, but particularly African American history. So reading through the sources to find agency and voice is something that's central to our project. And I think we did a pretty good job of trying to navigate that with the types of materials that we had, but also that scarcity, those absences and erasures that we had to struggle with and try to make do with what the archival record has. The other challenge we have is just access. I do think we can do a better job as a community, and this is, again, talking about doing community history in terms of making the sources accessible to the public so that they can engage the past themselves directly. One great project is Virginia Untold. I know some folks know this project. It's through the Library of Virginia, and they've been doing a wonderful job digitizing and curating documents about African American life pre-Civil War. I think Alexandria, we need to do something like this too. There's plenty of stuff that we have that we could share with the public so that they could read the past on their own terms and create more dialogue beyond our trail and what we have done. The other important thing in terms of I'll pivot to rewards because I want to make sure we can get to Q&A. The big reward, both for me personally but also professionally, is that I see myself as an Alexandrian, and I want our community's history to reflect and incorporate both my family, my neighbors, my kids' friends, all these people that I've met living here in Alexandria. And I think we have really sort of turned a corner in creating a more inclusive, complicated, messy, diverse Alexandria through the history writing that we've been doing. There's not one Alexandria, just like there's not one Virginia, and that the stories that we are now telling reflect that. And there is more work to be done. We've just started, and I can't wait to see what the future will bring. Speaking to what Gwen said, we are a family. Some of us are literally neighbors. Gwen and I are literally neighbors. And it's a great experience to do history in a cooperative, collective fashion. So with that, I will turn it over to John, and I guess we're going to pivot to Q&A.
Yes, we are. Thank you, Dr. Moon. All right, so we're going to open up the floor for questions. Go ahead.
The answer to your question, we have been asking that question from the inception of the committee. What is our goal? What do we want to do? How do we want to interact with the school system? How do we want to be accessible, visionary, and physically to the community? That question is still there. Nobody hasn't asked that for us to do that yet, but we know within our heart we would not deny that to happen. We would not.
Yeah, I get that feeling. I get that feeling that you're asking. So
well, that's fine. We could talk after. We could talk.
Yeah,
afterwards.
we definitely can figure out some future dates and times to do some opportunities
because
like that.
We have, I'm not going to call any particular agency or any particular office out. I'm not going to do that. Not my style. However, I look at the other side of that hand and say, they haven't reached out to us either. Now, if they do, are we ready? Now, there is an education department within the Office of Historic Alexandria, which I would imagine that's the liaison. So for you may consider, call that Office of Education to ask your question and see if you can get that to happen. So the skill level is there.
All right.
There is a group in Alexandria called Concerned Citizens Network of Alexandria, and Jim Page is heading that now, and he just became a living legend in Alexandria on Wednesday night. And he has taken, along with MacArthur and some of us who've come down, to just be there, groups of students on the tour, a short version of it for 2 years. So that has happened. And it's one of the questions I always ask wherever I am. How are the children, how are the students in Alexandria going to get access to this? Because that is our future. And these kids really need to hear their history today. So I'm hopeful that eventually that will start to happen and that we will get it in the schools.
Just quickly, I understand there's a tour company that does African American tours. And maybe they might take this up.
So we do have a plan to do that, Ted. I've been actually talking to some of my tour guides and seeing first if they have gone down to the trail, which unfortunately both of them have not yet. But once they do and are accustomed to it, definitely taking some folks out, not charging, just doing it as an opportunity for our community to gather around that trail and celebrate what we have collectively done with the great work of this committee as well as staff have done, because I do think it needs to continue to be applauded and pointed to. So I think there definitely will be those opportunities. Are there additional questions? Yes, sir.
Ideally, bringing the students to the trail and seeing each section of 30.
Well, I think that's a beauty, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong. We have the story map. I mean, that's an opportunity to pull that up and connect directly with the trail, definitely connect directly with that information. That's why we did that. So people you can pull it up right now and have that conversation. And I think it'd probably might be easier to have somebody come out there and talk with the students as we do that. But that's definitely an opportunity to kind of get that connection virtually as well. So thank you.
As the committee, we did ask that question among ourselves. How can we interact with the school? But then we also knew our purview in our jurisdiction that we do not have any control of the education and the curriculum development, which goes into outreach from the school if they wanted to. And I'm not being political, but if they wanted to, those are barriers that within their scope, school board, state of Virginia, what is their curriculum acceptance and so forth. So it's larger than that. That's why I and a couple other, not being vain, say, okay, you call us, we'll take you on the tour. You call us, we'll teach the kids, particularly after a COVID. They definitely needed to be outside with some energy. There's a wise man said, and I want to be quiet. He said, if you build it, they will come.
That's right. That's right.
Wise man, P.T. Barnum. Madison Square Garden, the museum.
All right, additional questions?
Okay.
Yes.
How many stories did you all originally think about as far as the tour was concerned, and how did you narrow them down?
If you didn't hear the question was, how many original stories did the committee consider, and how were they narrowed down to 30?
Well, I can't remember exactly how many we considered. We just went through and kind of listed a whole bunch of things and generally locations. I guess we did it more about where a location would be that would tell a good story. We did it more by location than by looking at stories and narrowing them down that way.
We weren't going to capture everything.
Well, yeah, like as
I got you. We weren't going to capture everything. So
I'm going to turn to Dr. Moon real quick and get a response from her. Then I've got Matt.
This is sort of where some of our challenges also lie. Oh, sorry, I have movement sensor lights, so I'm just in the dark. We were driven by the archive, right? And so there were stories I think we wanted to tell, but we couldn't find the materials and substance to do it. So we sometimes had to get quite creative with our archive. So I'm going to video mute and get my lights back on. So.
If you want to go ahead.
Okay. To talk about the P.T. Barnum theory for me is this. Alexandria gets $33 million in 2017 on bedroom and food taxes. Then I saw another year, pre-COVID, where they got close to $300 million in bedroom taxes. So what I'm saying is to say this. Recently, traveling leaders in Alexandria is the best place to visit in the world. We're talking about London, San Francisco, New York, Grand Canyon, Egypt. Then you get the next section say Alexandria is Second time in a row, fun city to visit out of 3, New York, Chicago, Alexandria. Just recently, under the Virginia Restaurant Association, they said the 3 best places to visit in the state of Virginia are Richmond, Charlottesville, Alexandria. So I'm saying that to say the enhancement and the impact of the African American Heritage Trail, people sit down and build their little vacation, yada, yada. What are we going to visit? We're going to the home of George Washington, and we're going to the home of Robert E. Lee. Although adopted, they wasn't born here. We're accepting them. That's fine, because there's a lot of pioneers in Alexandria, you know? So I'm saying that to say the economic impact that will have on the attraction of coming into the city. Not only get the story, you get the benefit, but we as Alexandria residents, hopefully, under stewardship, get a good quality of life where the tax is not coming out of our pocket, but the other pocket.
And I will second that, because I have obviously been looking at the same data. I think the beauty of Alexandria telling its whole history and whole story with the varied perspectives is that we are a unique community in doing that. Not every community in the United States is doing that work and supporting that work. And so I think a number of visitors have noticed that as well, that they can come to Alexandria and see multiple perspectives of history in the 17 and 18 and 1900s, and take advantage of that and have a good time here as well, eat in our restaurants and have a good time in some of our public spaces. And so with that work that's been done by the community, by staff, and supported by you all, groups like Travel and Leisure, Forbes, other groups have noticed this and noticed what Alexandria is doing, and understand that there is real value in telling the whole history of a community and having community support to do that.
I'm so impressed with the story map. I can't even tell you, because it was so well done and there was so much there.
I mean, when we wrapped up and sort of hit publish on the South Trail, the next question that we asked was, well, what's next? And the presentation Blake gave a couple minutes ago on the Duke Street corridor, that's a prepackaged, ready to go. You just tell me and I'll throw it up and we'll add it to the list. When he does the Civil Rights Trail after that, if you want in on this story map, you just send it to me and I'll put it up on a story map. And so it's it takes a little bit of like IT infrastructure with the computer mapping backend, but there's staff that does that. And once you have a group that can put the content together, that's the hard part. That's the part that takes us days and days writing and going back over and editing again and editing again. So once it exists, the content exists, it's easy enough to pull it together and turn it into something.
Mr. Lady, another answer to your question is partnership. Partnership, the city partnership with private businesses as well as the office. I'd like to introduce Ms. Evangelista from the Alex Renew. She's over there in the corner. One of the partnership with her is to enhance the African American Heritage Trail along the Duke Street up there off of, by Whole Food. And they're doing all that mitigation and all that water work. They developed and proposed to the city at their cost 10 additional signs telling the African American story in Alexandria as a whole, not just in that particular area. So that's to come, and that's where we're at. What do we do next?
Absolutely, and I think the pathway is kind of laid out as Ben mentioned. I think there are a number of other stories along different corridors of the city, Duke Street being definitely one of them. We do have an opportunity to tell the civil rights story as a whole and understand our place during the midpoint of the 1900s. But as we work our way west, there's definitely going to be additional stories. If you've been over to the seminary, they have a whole story to tell in that area in Fort Ward as well. And so, there's definitely some additional opportunities in the future. And what I want to do is take one last question, if we have one, before I believe Eleanor comes on as well. All right. So thank you very much to this panel.
Okay, everyone. Well, I want to thank Councilman Chapman for being our moderator for our African American Waterfront Heritage Trail Committee panel, and thank the panel for all their really hard work and enthusiasm and positive spirit for bringing this project forward. We have the brochure. In December, we should start to see some more physical signage appear on the waterfront, and in addition to 2 orientation signs, one of which will be outside the Alexandria Archaeology Museum on the 3rd floor of the Torpedo Factory. So I just want to bring us to a close here. As we spent the day engaging with Alexandria's waterfront history, I'm feeling energized by all the efforts today, and I want to thank our speakers and our attendees who made the time to explore all of these topics with us. I want to thank my colleague who's already gone off to our next destination where we're going to meet up for a cocktail, Deputy Director Liz Williams for helping to organize such a successful event. And of course, Gretchen Bulova for her leadership of Historic Alexandria. So thank you so much. Just briefly, I recently revisited the Alexandria Waterfront History Plan, which was written and compiled by the Alexandria Archaeological Commission and adopted by City Council in 2012. And when I was reading through it, which I do periodically, what struck me the most was the author's foresight over a decade ago to expose the fact that history is never settled. By that, they meant a welcome challenge for the future would be the ongoing rediscovery of Alexandria, the continual reevaluation of interpretations and conclusions in light of new questions, sources, and methods, and that what we interpret now about and along the waterfront will require reconsideration and change for years to come. And I think that foresight was embodied by the insights that were shared by our presenters today. Abby revealed that a fine-grained digital mapping approach to Alexandria's waterfront can lend new perspectives on the lives of women, enslaved people, and the creation of Alexandria's waterfront. Molly described how records of commerce contain an unexpected wealth of information about what we call in the archaeology office the Dark Ages of Alexandria, before the Revolutionary War, when so little is contained in more direct traditional historical sources of evidence. Blake and Garrett, Ben, and Tatiana showed us glimpses of the dynamic history, preservation, and interpretation work that's ongoing in historic Alexandria, and I think they left us wanting to know where their research takes them in the future. So thanks to them for pulling those spotlights together. And finally, of course, the African American Waterfront Heritage Trail panel shows how the best history happens, which is in partnership with the community and with residents who are willing to dedicate their time and passion to work alongside city staff and scholars to bring African American history to the forefront of our ever-evolving waterfront. And as Audrey mentioned, we'd like to share the next theme of the Alexandria Forum. In commemoration of the 250th anniversary of the American Revolution and the independence of the United States, the Alexandria Forum theme will focus on freedom and civil rights in the Alexandria context. Speakers will consider how disenfranchised, subjugated, and disempowered groups fought and continue to fight for their rights as Americans based on Revolutionary War ideals. So we hope you'll pencil us in for next October and consider joining us and inviting members of the community to join us as well. So thank you so much for your time today, and it's really great to see everyone. Thank you.